Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome, greetings. Thank you for being here. Let's see what's up. I'm Alan. Say hello to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Hey, there's Mary Santora.
Hi, guys. No babies.
Not one of the boys, but still, won't be having any boys either.
Or sharing any drinks, any cold ones.
Or any cold ones.
You have a cold
You
seltzer.
could have a cold drink. You could have a. You don't have to. Cold ones doesn't.
I brought a Red Bull.
Huh?
I brought a Red Bull.
Is it cold?
Not yet.
You know what's weird is I was Poundcake's back behind the glass, by the way.
Afternoon, white people.
Got the Poundcake sports break back today, around 5:20. I went home to see my family for the first time in quite some time, and a second day there, all the sibs get together and we'll have some drinks and have some food and whatever. It's a lot of fun. My youngest brother, just very casually, mentioned that he doesn't like cold drinks, that he likes lukewarm beer, that he likes lukewarm water. He doesn't like. I go, really? You know, I'm not like Joe Brewski over here. You know, I mean, a beer is never my default drink. But boy, when you're doing some work or it's a really hot day, you know, once in a while, boy, popping an ice cold beer tastes pretty good. He goes, nope, I don't ever put any beverages in the refrigerator. I just put them.
Even or carbonate, like pop?
Nope,
like
nothing. Nope.
Oh.
I mean, beer is carbonated.
Yeah, but
he likes lukewarm drinks. I was like, really? Now, technically, very cold drinks are not great for your system.
Right.
But I don't know that it's that. I don't know that he's gone down that hippie road with it. He just prefers lukewarm drinks.
You're supposed to drink room temperature water. It's
Correct.
easier for your body to digest and yada, yada, yada. It doesn't put strain on your liver, which I didn't know about until my dad had liver problems and his doctor said no more cold water. Like, you keep your water room temperature now. And
the human body is an amazing thing, isn't it? I'm constantly...
Could be more amazing. It could handle cold water. We could evolve to handle some cold water.
Well, my point,
stupid body.
My point, the human body is amazing in that the things that we put it through and the things that it can withstand, right? Your dad became a huge guy.
yes.
Heart still worked. He didn't fall over from a heart attack,
Right.
right? Just the things that you can put your body through and treat it awfully, and it will still work. Not at its optimum speed or whatever, but you're not dead.
Right.
Right? And then they go, hey, cold water can kick your ass.
Right.
All right. This is why nobody knows anything about anything, right?
Yeah.
Well, just like the amount of vitamins that we need. My trainer today was telling me, like, asking me if I take any supplements or anything like that. And I'm like, no. And he's like, well, vitamin D is one that I recommend because we don't get it. Like, we don't get enough vitamin D at all unless you're, like, working outside all the time.
Well, you don't get it if you don't eat right. Supplements are from people trying to sell you supplements. And I know this because I took a lot of supplements for a long time.
Well, what
But
food
if
has
you-
vitamin D in it? I can't eat
Cruciferous
sunshine.
Well, of course you can. Well, do what I do. Stand outside.
What's
Yeah.
that song? If all the raindrops... I guess that's not about sun. If all the sunshine were lemon drops... Did you guys not sing that as a little kid?
No, not the part. I mean,
yeah.
lemon drops and raindrops.
If all the raindrops were lemon drops and gumdrops, oh, what a rain that would be.
That's a Barney song. Is what I'm
Standing
singing.
outside with my mouth open wide, and then you go,
Well, now in context, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You can
no,
do that with vitamin D.
But, you know, the best way to get your vitamins is through food. Supplements
Well,
are for
yes,
like,
yeah.
oh, I eat terribly, but I'm going to take a couple of vitamin D tablets or whatever. I mean, that's not really the great way to do it. your body synthesizes those things the best through food.
And dairy.
Ooh, broccoli and cabbage. I eat actually a lot of those. So
Broccoli's great.
I'm good.
Sure. Cabbage, that's why you fart so much. This guy, I didn't say anything, but were you farting in the office?
I was wondering if you caught that one. Because
Did I catch it? What, am I hard to smell it?
I tried to smell it all up, to quote Mike Paramore.
Smell it all up. Yeah.
I was hoping that it was one of those times when you went out of the office, I'm like, okay, I think you've been gone long enough. I can let one go.
No, of course I walk in there and it smells.
A moment later, you're right back in there.
Yeah.
God damn it.
That's right. It's in there.
Flew too close to the sun. But you know what? There's probably some vitamin D in that.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
That's why I put my nose right in it. I was sniffing all around like a Tex Avery cartoon. Yeah, but it was just fine. Just fine. But again, those things tend to linger too. Now, the reason I didn't say anything is because I thought, ooh, that's the smell of a guy who's been eating well. So broccoli, cabbage, they're good for him.
Had some Brussels sprouts and salmon
There you
last
go,
night.
Brussels sprouts and salmon. Yeah, hey, I had salmon last night too.
Ooh. Did Grandma make it for you?
No, my wife made it. Some salmon and some vegetables. And I purchased, by the way, this like Asian hot sauce that a friend of mine recommended to me, and it's really good.
Sriracha?
No, that's not Asian. It's called, I guess it's Sichuan Chili Crisp or something. It's called Fly by Jing. You ever heard of Fly by? No. Sichuan Chili Crisp is what it's called. And I thought it was a powder, but it's like a gluten-free hot chili oil that's got peppers and other stuff in it. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, it's so good. You can put it on anything, right? And it's not so hot that it's going to completely like burn your head off your neck.
It's flavorful.
Oh, it's so good.
But it got a little kick to it. I like that.
Yeah.
I was having dinner with Grandma last night, and she's, when we have dinner, we just kind of go over what happened in our week. And she's telling me about, her grandkids playing softball and all this stuff. And then, like, her brother has this Christmas in July party. And she's like, while we're at Christmas July party, get a call from the home that my sister's in. And they took her to the hospital, and she died. And then we went back to the party.
Oh, my gosh.
She is English, isn't she?
Yeah.
It's like it's a stiff upper lip thing.
Yeah, well, it's also, her sister was not in great health for a long time. Like, she was, she had dementia, like, real bad. So
she wasn't eating enough broccoli.
Yeah, this is one of those things where, like, of course they love their sister. They put her in a nice retirement home.
But you see it coming.
But they see it coming. And also, it's, the fact that she made it through this year was pretty incredible. And then, she went fast, and that was, like, the most important thing to them. But, yeah, she really was not, like, emotional about it, because it's one of those things where it's, like, her sister was gone a long time ago because her brain was just gone.
Yeah.
And nothing you can do about it now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of eating well, so my plan was, when I went home, I was going to stop in the Lou Malnati's, right? Mm-hmm. And but there isn't one near my parents' house. So I thought, well, here's what I'll do. On the way back, I mapped it out, and I'll get off the expressway, and I'll just duck in. There's a Lou Malnati's in Elk Grove Village. And I go, I'll just duck in to the Lou Malnati's, get myself a couple of pizzas. But then I think, well, then I got to get the kid out of the car. Then it's going to be a whole thing. Then she's going to want to walk around. And, in her defense, a lot of stuff to look at. Plus, I'm like, I don't have a cooler. Like, I brought a bag cooler with some road snacks for the little one, in case she was like, you can pack a million things with a young kid, and they'll ask you for the one thing you didn't pack. Mm-hmm. So I did a pretty good job. There was none of that. But I was like, I can't cool, or I can't keep these frozen. I don't have dry ice. You got to keep them frozen. And I had like an 8-hour trip ahead of me, right? So what did I do? Like an idiot, I didn't do that. I ordered them in the mail like I always do.
You just went into the place to order them to send to you?
No, I went online. I was like doing it on my phone when I'm sitting there in traffic not moving.
Yeah.
I'm like, I was so mad at myself because I was so excited. So excited.
I
didn't duck in. And then, so this morning I got the HVAC guy out of my house doing some work, and the doorbell rings, and I hear this thump, and I go, what the hell is that on the front door? And I go out, it's my Lou Malnati's pizza right there. They're in the freezer as we speak. But the best laid plans when I'm home to get in and get a couple, right? Mm-hmm. Where I could have grabbed a couple of them, $9 a pop.
Not 64.
Not $30 a piece to have them shipped. But I got them, and that's the important part.
I have grief therapy on Tuesdays, and they do a dinner from 6 to 6:30, and then the actual therapy is from 6:30 to 8.
Good for you.
Well, I mention it because they do the dinner from 6 to 6:30, and I have to like rush out
Every
of here.
week?
Every week. I have to like rush out of here to make sure I get there in time to eat something, and I usually get there like between 6:20 and 6:25.
What's on the menu? Spaghetti?
So it's different every week. It's something they make, or they'll have like a local restaurant donate stuff or whatever. But last night was this lasagna that this tiny little, like, could barely see above the counter Italian lady was cooking in the kitchen. It smelled so good. And when I tell you that I ate 3 pieces of lasagna like a wolf in like 6 minutes, I'm like shoveling it into my mouth. And I don't...
Guys, is there an Overeaters Anonymous meeting down the hall?
Right. It was so good. And I'm like, I haven't had lasagna in a minute. And I think the last time I had it was from like Olive Garden, which nothing against Olive Garden, but when you have like an Italian lady making it, and it was, oh God, it was so good.
How
And
big were the pieces?
they were sizable lasagna pieces. 3 of them. And
She went home in a food coma.
and then I had 2 brownies.
Oh, Jesus.
The woman who was like running the group, she was like looking at me and she goes, "You're a sweet old woman." She's a nurse and stuff. But she goes, "Did you get enough to eat?" Like that. And I was
Are you in grief counseling because you're homeless?
right. I was like, it was very good. I'm sorry, I just don't get a lot of time, because the group starts at 6:30. We jump right into stuff, so I'm like shoveling it into but it was so good.
Everybody done chewing? Who's sad?
Right? Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, right. Stop farting. Trying to talk about our collective grief. Okay, I've got to take a break here. Your next chance to grab some money, $1,000 to go fund yourself. Last few days of that, but still a lot of chances to win. 2:30, we'll do that. If you want to text us for anything, 35192. And we'll be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Today, iHeartRadio puts your small business spotlight on Fitness Serve.
Joe Balbo at Fitness Serve. I mean, full fitness equipment. You can set up full fitness programs and the room design to go along with it.
Yeah, we're doing turnkey rooms, which means you give us the floor pattern and you tell us what you might want in the room, and we help you design your needs for equipment. And then we'll do the flooring, the diamond plate baseboard if you want, the mirrors, the posters, put the equipment in, and then even train you on how to use the room correctly.
Unbelievable. How many locations are you guys in right now?
2 locations. One is in Rocky River, across from Westgate Mall, and the other one is in the Market District Plaza at 43 and 91 in Solon.
And website?
The website is fitnessserve.com, and we're open 7 days a week.
Have your small business featured. Go to this station's website, keyword biz. That's B-I-Z.
You gotta get a car, gotta get it at Ganley. Gotta get it at Ganley. Yeah, you gotta get a truck, gotta get it at Ganley. Gotta get it at Ganley.
Get it all at Ganley, Ohio's largest automotive retailer. Get our lowest price on over 8,000 vehicles in stock and online at GanleyAuto.com. Apply for credit online. Schedule your next service appointment online. Get it all at all 43 Ganley locations or online at GanleyAuto.com.
Mr. Hero.
When hunger strikes, there's only one way to strike back, and that's by beating your hunger with Mr. Hero. Just order online at MrHero.com and we'll see you soon.
Mr. Hero, it's a taste you crave.
Murder in Illinois is the new true crime podcast that attempts to answer the question, who really killed the Vaughn family? In 2007, Chris Vaughn's wife and 3 children were found murdered in their SUV. Chris was arrested and convicted, though he claims to have no memory of the events.
Both the prosecution's theory and the defense's theory are incorrect. That's not how it happened.
So how did it happen, Lauren?
Listen to Murder in Illinois on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Falls Motor City, the deal is for real.
Lease the 2021 Ram 1500 Bighorn Quad Cab 4x4 for only $359 per month for 36 months with only $19.95 due at signing. You get a Hemi V8, touchscreen display, remote start, Bluetooth, and much more. Visit fallsmotorcity.com for the Make This the Summer event and get up-to-date sale pricing on over 160 new Rams in stock. Offers include all applicable rebates and incentives with approved credit, in-stock units only. All lease plus tax, title, and plates, 10,000 miles per year.
Hey, it's Alan. It's time to upgrade everything with Cabo Wabo's 100% Blue Weber Agave Tequila. The thick-cut, agave-forward flavor of this award-winning tequila takes your margarita to next-level bold. So what are you waiting for? Grab a bottle of Cabo Wabo Tequila today. Cabo Wabo Tequila, 40% alcohol by volume, 80 proof. Copyright 2021, Campari America, New York, New York. Please handle responsibly.
This summer, it's time to hang with your friends, spend time with your family, and cheer on this team. Celebrate summer at the ballpark.
It's time for the biggest fireworks show of the year, Rock and Blast, presented by First Energy, August 6th and 7th at Progressive Field. Get your tickets at Indians.com.
Bike to cure, or do an activity that's all yours. Velasano moves everyone in the fight against cancer, raising dollars to support life-saving cancer research at Cleveland Clinic. Velasano is back with in-person ride options, or create your own virtual challenge. Whether you bike, run, walk, or row, it's all 100% for the cure. Bike to Cure benefiting Velasano has moved to September 11th. Get involved now at velasano.org.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
So a friend told me about Mr. Clean Magic Eraser, and his exact words were, "It changed my life."
I used to spend a ridiculous amount of time trying to remove tomato sauce from inside our microwave and soap scum off the bathtub.
It's like seriously magic, and my secret weapon for cleaning the kitchen, bathroom, doors, and walls, and even keeping my sneakers clean.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser.
Greatest invention ever.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser, the unicorn of cleaning.
Join your local Domino's team as a delivery expert or manager. Enjoy flexible schedules and earn extra cash. Your local Domino's stores are hiring in Cleveland and the surrounding areas. For details and to apply, visit jobs.domino's.com.
Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each, and we'll conveniently carry out your order to your car contact-free. Carry out only. You must ask for this limited time offer. Prices, participation, and charges may vary. Excludes XL and specialty pizzas. Crust availability varies by size. Message and data rates may apply when using Domino's Carside Delivery.
If you're ready to renovate your home but are worried about the cost or stress, check out Houzz. That's Houzz. Houzz makes it easy to find home renovation professionals, read reviews of their work, and see photos of their past projects. Plus, Houzz Pros give you a project dashboard where you can review financial details, see a project timeline, and more. It's incredibly reassuring. Ready to start enjoying life more in your home? Find a local pro who'll deliver a great home renovation experience at Houzz. That's Houzz.
It's time to start thinking about heading back to school and stocking up on the things your student needs most. Meijer has everything on your family's list for the best year yet. Grab some Meijer shredded or sliced cheese, 3 for $5 when you buy 3 or more. Ziploc storage bags are 2 for $6 when you buy 2 or more. And backpacks in a variety of styles for every student are buy one, get one 50% off. Save big with great deals for back to school at Meijer. Exclusions apply. See all the deals in the Meijer app.
Man, I slept.
New ZzzQuil Pure Z's Restorative Herbal Sleep is made for people who are tired of being tired.
I've never slept like this before. I've never woken up like this before.
A melatonin-free sleep aid made with a botanical blend that contains clinically studied and effective valerian root, hops, and passion flower, shown to help promote better restorative sleep. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Restorative Herbal Sleep. Sleep this good, feel this good. Available at retailers near you.
I absolutely love my dog, but the constant shedding, not so much. But then I got a Swiffer Sweeper Pet Kit, and it is amazing. These super thick cloths pick up a crazy amount of hair. Just look at all that. And that was from just one swipe. And the best part? Sweeper's so much easier to maneuver than a broom or a vacuum, easily getting around chairs and under the couch. You're right. Now I can focus on you, not your shedding. Swiffer Sweeper Pet Kit, because shed happens.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, for an injury lawyer dedicated to every client every day, call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. An accident cleared on the Jennings South at 480. You have construction there on the ramp to 480 East. Watch for some disabled vehicles blocking the right 2 lanes on 90 East at West 44th. Reports of a large pothole in that area, so use some extra caution. Traffic slow on the 77 ramps to 480 East. I'm Olivia Musica in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Elk and Elk.
Do you have a Social Security disability claim which has been denied, or a workers' compensation claim from a work-related injury? Call the Social Security, Disability, or Workers' Compensation Lawyers at Elk and Elk. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Elk and Elk. Serious lawyers for serious injuries.
Are you trying to make us all uncomfortable?
Alan Cox.
It's gross, it's weird, it's not right, it's not cool.
And there's plenty more where that came from. Back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Pretty good, yeah?
I like it.
Great. Well, listeners know I'm a sucker for a good mashup. Trucker Sean sent me that one. He's currently in Sulphur Springs, Texas. So thanks, pal. I like that. Billy Cocaine is it's more heavily Eric Clapton than Michael Jackson, but what are you going to do? A little something in there for everybody. Tomorrow on the show, the rest of the week's pretty packed. Gwen is going to be in for Mary tomorrow. Friday will be a sausage party as Mary is in Indianapolis tomorrow and Friday. Tomorrow, the legendary Robert Klein, one of my heroes. I'll fanboy for a little bit on him, and then I'll talk to him tomorrow. He's got a new movie we're going to talk about. What else? Lynn Koplitz is going to be here on Friday. Haven't seen her in a long time. She'll be our first in-studio guest in a long, long time. She's doing the Weekend at Hilarities. And the lovely and leggy and vivacious Nikki Glazer will join us as well. She's got a new reality show called F-Boy Island that we're going to talk about.
What a perfect host for that show.
Yes.
Seriously.
Indeed. So that will be on Friday. And then whatever else happens. Mary will be back on Monday, and she'll regale us with tales of the most boring city in the United States, Indianapolis, Indiana.
You think?
Oh, God. Bill's been there. He'll tell you.
He had a fire alarm. What's more exciting than that?
That's as exciting as it gets in Indianapolis.
I had my dog with me, and we went on walks, and she, turned some heads.
Yeah. See?
How does that work? Are you out walking with her and people go, oh,
yeah.
Because she's a cute dog.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cute dogs. So what draws their eye to her?
Because she's little and fluffy. And so that draws the eye. And she's a
combo.
dog. Yeah, it's really,
and she's a
it's
dog.
pretty simple. I mean, and it's also dog people that get excited about it. Like it's always women that are like, oh my God, your dog is so cute. I can't deal with it.
But that's what you want.
Not necessarily.
That's what you said you want.
You want guys?
You said you wanted your dog.
Yeah,
you
I want
trying
guys to be like, that's a cool dog. I like that you're masculine enough that you're not worried about having a fluffy little dog.
Well, that's a big leap in logic on their part. No, you said you wanted to get skinny again so you wouldn't have to rely on the dog so much.
I want to get skinny again. I mean, yeah, that's part of it, but I also just need to get skinny again so I can be alive longer.
Sure, yeah, that's a big...
that's probably my main motivation.
That is a big help. That is a big help.
But I the dog can only do so much.
I found there's a lot more fun to be had if you're still alive.
Yeah, well...
But the thing is, the thing I like doing most is basically being asleep as if I'm dead.
You like sleeping the most.
I love but not sleeping, not because I don't like dreaming. I like when it's like you're dead to the world sleep, where it's just like you close your eyes and it's blackness, and then you wake up and you feel great. That's a good feeling.
So is it specifically? I couldn't tell you the last time I woke up rested. And that's probably true of a lot of adults.
It doesn't happen a lot, but it's one of those things like that kind of sleep, like where you wake up and you're like, where am I? What am I doing here? Like that kind of sleep.
What day is it?
It's such a good sleep that you wake up and you're like unaware of your surroundings even. And I only get one of those, like I feel like I get like one or two of those a year.
You only enjoy sleep that much because you get to wake up. If you never woke up, you wouldn't enjoy it.
But if I don't know that I'm never waking up.
Yeah, like you don't know when you die.
Yeah, you're dead. You don't know.
Yeah.
When I'm really sad, I'll remind myself of that because my dad would say that kind of stuff all the time. I'd say, when you die, and we'd joke, and he'd be like, how am I going to know? I'm dead. And that's what I hear in my head whenever I'm like having a bad day.
Sure.
My dad being like, Mare, I'm dead. It's fine. Just keep
going. It's okay. Just
right.
You keep, what did you scream at the trees in Portland?
Right.
I'm living for me. I'm not living for anybody else.
Gave my dog a bath last night. She's such a jerk. She's very good when I take her to the groomer, but I don't have the groomer skills. I don't have the groomer setup. So it is very much a fight for our lives. She thinks I'm trying to drown her. I'm just trying to get her clean.
Really? She's a skittish. My dog gets into the tub. I go, Juno, tub. She gets into the tub.
Well, wash me.
Just stands there.
She'll get into the tub, but then then she keeps trying to creep out, and then, I get her all rinsed off, dry her off, and then as soon as my hands aren't on her, I have to make sure that she is almost completely dry, because then she starts the zoomies around the condo, just trying to show I don't need you. I don't know what the point of the zoomies are, but she just loses her mind and just runs around for 20 minutes.
Probably rolling around on the couch and
just trying to.
But do you blow dry her?
Yeah, I blow dry her. It takes a long time because she's also such thick hair.
Yeah.
That
Same
start
girl.
to finish, it's it's an hour and a half to give her a bath and blow dry her and everything and brush her out.
Plus, when you take her out, you get a little bit more return on your investment when it comes to canine baths, because when you take her out, you're walking her. I can give my dog a bath, and then I got to keep her inside for a while because I'm I'm not letting you go outside. I just gave you a bath.
Isn't your dog long hair, though?
Well, we shave her down in the summertime.
Yeah.
But yeah, she can get, she's not, we don't keep her crazy long hair like it would normally be. But if she's running around the backyard getting dirty again, I'm oh, what did I do this for? It's just maintenance. I get it. This is why I don't miss my dog.
You know what animal you don't have to give a bath?
A non-existent one. An
cat.
Imaginary friend. Huh?
A cat.
Cat.
They clean themselves.
Yeah, and then all night you just hear...
No, you think that happens every day? That happens a couple times a year. The cat will cough up a hairball.
They're licking themselves all the time. How can it just be a couple times a year they
My
get hairballs?
cat does not cough up hairballs.
I did. Well, then you got
often.
lucky. I dated enough girls with goddamn cats. All you heard... It's all you heard. I was like, oh my God.
When I am out of town for
Throw
a few
this thing
days,
out a window.
She will throw up to prove a point. She will do that.
And what
do you think of that? The point is don't leave.
That's exactly what it is. If I'm gone, that's something I'll have to deal with where I will be asleep. And so when I get home Sunday, I'll be asleep. And I guarantee you in the middle of the night, I'll hear...
Oh, that's the worst.
And then I wake, I'm like, damn it, Duchess! And then she just looks at you okay, keep leaving. This is what's going to keep happening.
When you wake from a sleep and you hear that noise and it's dark and you're...
you got
and you're reaching for something but you don't know where anything is. You don't know the light switch is.
You gotta hope that you can get to a light source before you find it with your toe.
Well, she's usually in another room, so I can faintly hear it, and then it's a fun hide and seek where I'm where did she throw it now? So she'll do that as a thanks for nothing. You know what I mean? So I deal with that more than I deal with hairballs, but that's just she's pissy.
Alan, we loved Indianapolis. We swam with the dolphins there. Where the hell do you swim with dolphins in Indianapolis? What? We swam with the dolphins in Indianapolis.
Oh, good for you.
All right, well,
Is
I never
Lamu Harris,
swam with
you
any
mean?
dolphins there. Huh?
Maybe they were talking about yesterday?
What was yesterday?
Isla Mujeres?
Oh, no. She said we loved Indianapolis.
Okay.
Annapolis, Maine is on the ocean. I don't know if
Annapolis, Maryland?
Or Maryland, yeah. Is that up there? I don't even know if that's on the ocean
The
or
Naval
not.
Academy is there.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're training dolphins. Maybe they're training dolphin spies like Dr. Evil.
Might be. Those were sharks with laser beams.
Laser beams.
attached to
Oh, I
their
was thinking they were
freaking laser
heads.
beams.
Yeah.
Right. I was thinking he had who had the killer dolphins? I thought there was a comedy movie where they had dolphins with
I don't know about that.
lasers.
I feel like there was a Simpsons where there was killer dolphins.
Maybe that's
There's
enough.
a pretty sizable zoo in Indianapolis. I don't know if they have a dolphin exhibit.
Where you can swim with them?
I
Maybe they do.
Maybe. I have no idea.
I mean, I did have fun in Indianapolis because, you make your own fun. And hanging out with Steve Byrne, getting him to drink is always fun because he's like, nah, I'm not really good. And then 15 minutes later, he's like, everybody wants shots. Everybody. I'm like, I gotcha. Yeah.
Hey, by the way, speaking of Indianapolis, suburban Indianapolis, they finally found a serial pooper after they had accused the wrong woman of doing it. Every so often, there will be a story. Ohio's had plenty of them. The stories about people who just go around and can't stop pooping. And there was a woman who had been accused in a public defecation case. And the cops said that they've cracked the case. A woman who would take early morning jogs through their town and would just poop on people's lawns as she was jogging by. You see that when people run marathons. So maybe that was practice for when she was running the marathon. Maybe she was practicing evacuating her bowels along the route.
I feel like you just got to switch your schedule up a little bit and wake up a little earlier so you can get the dump out before you start running.
I think the running is what makes you have to poop.
Right, but like I went to the gym this morning and I got there at 7, but I know that I'm not going until I was able to poop before I went.
You evacuate first.
Yeah. But do you get what I'm saying? That the running is what moves
right,
things
right,
along.
But I'm saying, like,
so she wouldn't have to poop at home.
But I feel like she's just a little bit of discipline away from being able to poop before she starts running.
I don't think that's how poop works.
I poop. I could set my watch by when I poop.
I can't. I couldn't discipline myself into a bowel movement. That sounds crazy.
Well, it's nothing I'm doing. It's just I'm so regular that I know when I'm going to poop.
I guess.
We colored the pooper. We have found her droppings in our yards. She carries her own toilet paper, and she just leaves the toilet paper behind.
In 3 or 4 different yards down the street, every other yard. The toilet paper is the calling card, so we know when we see that she's been around.
She comes prepared.
Okay,
but
so she's pooping a lot.
Yeah, they had pinned the wrong woman. And so they, this woman is happy to be vindicated. But
maybe jogging's not her thing. Maybe she shouldn't be a jogger if she.
It's not supposed to happen that much.
Yeah, if you're running and you're pooping that much, then you need to find like a different like ride a bike or something where you can keep it closed.
Yeah, you're corked.
Yeah.
People in this neighborhood started to put out no pooping signs on their lawns, as though that's going to stop her. We have videos on Nextdoor and Reddit of her doing this. But they initially fingered the wrong woman.
Oh.
And now they've identified the woman.
Seems a little elitist to me, doesn't it? That she's out like, I'm out for a jog, and since you're not awake yet, this is what you get.
Here's what you get. I bet you'll think it's the neighbor's dog.
If you were up earlier, if you were up earlier being a better human being and exercising like me, I wouldn't poop on your lawn.
This happened in Akron, you might recall, some years ago, when people were pooping on car hoods. There was a guy dropping deuces on people's hoods. Colorado Springs years ago, we talked about. They had a mad pooper. Toronto had somebody a couple of years ago that was running around leaving dumps on people's trunks and lawns. The phenomenon is commonly known as runner's trots. It's thought to affect about 30% of athletes during or immediately after exercise. They say that the best way to deal with it is to drink lots of water and limit your intake of fiber. So okay, there's something fun happen outside Indiana, or Indianapolis, rather.
What city was this?
This is suburban Indianapolis.
I'll find it.
Right. So there's some poop news for us. I've got $1,000 to give to you. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself, so listen closely. I'll have 4 keywords for you throughout the show today. Your first one is right now. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword SMILE to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's SMILE to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself. From 100.7 WMMS.
If Bill wants to live longer, is he considered drinking a lot less? You don't drink that much, do you? Like not to the point where it would change your life if you stopped.
Yeah, I'm not drinking every day or anything. I'm kind of a weekend warrior.
But again, you're talking about sleep. You're saying I really love to sleep. Yeah. Some people just want to be inert. Some people just don't want to move. You're talking about like a good sleep.
I like when people think they know how much we do stuff.
What do you mean?
Like someone's like, you should drink a lot less. I'm like, I don't drink that much.
Well, I mean, they know what we tell them. I mean, maybe they just infer that, I don't know.
Right, but I think
Or on social, if they follow us, maybe you were drinking some, I don't know.
Yeah, but I don't post like, hey, I'm drinking again on social. Like, I'm not.
Every Sunday.
Maybe
Sunday, and that's kind of that's the day that I do it, really.
Yeah.
Maybe they have misunderstood galugga, galugga, galugga to be a cry for help.
I did actually have an entire bottle of wine last night.
There he is. Good morning. How do you feel?
Why did you drink an entire? Well, first of all, what kind?
It was like a rosé.
Okay.
I think it was pink. No, pink rosé. Right?
Okay.
That's the thing, right?
All rosés
You tell
are
me.
pink.
Okay, well then it was a rosé.
I think by definition, rosé. There's
pink Moscato.
Moscato.
And then
What's the sweet one?
Moscato's really sweet.
No. Starts with a P, I thought.
Pinot Grigio's not that sweet.
No, it'll come to me. I'm not a wine person. My wife's much more into wine.
Pink Moscato is very sweet. Prosecco.
Is that wine?
That's
Prosecco
champagne.
Champagne.
Sweet
I know
champagne.
That. That's, okay.
Yeah.
So you had an entire bottle of pink rosé by yourself?
Yeah, but it was small.
Were you like an airplane bottle, or like a let's pop when she pops? Like, you know, you have a friend that's pregnant, and you
the
get a little bottle
half liters or whatever.
I mean, it was. I figured it looked like a personal bottle because that's why I finished
All
it.
wines are personal bottles if you try hard.
It was like three. It was like 3 glasses, so it really wasn't that much, but 3 full glasses.
Yeah, that's probably a full
That's a regular bottle of wine.
I didn't do the wine pour where it's like. I feel like that's like pussy. I'm like I'm gonna fill it all the way up. Right, okay.
When I was a drunk, I had what I called at-home pours, and it would be like I had these giant bulbous wine glasses, and I would fill it so there was a half an inch at the top. I'm like, oh, this is just an at-home pour. And it's like, you have a problem.
Like the kind that if you went out, they would come with multiple straws?
Yeah.
Huh.
So you're just having a little girls' night in, or what?
I was just watching TV. I was like, I had to stop and get gas. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get some wine. I never get any wine. And I don't know where the alcohol is in my new place because everything is somewhat still in boxes or it's in a cabinet that I haven't perused through yet. So I was like, I'll just get a little wine here and just watch my evening shows.
There you go.
And what are the evening shows?
I rewatched The Crown.
Rewatched The Crown.
Oh, I love it. It's so good. Yeah, I rewatched The
Heard
Crown.
of it.
Waiting for the new season to come out. There's a movie or there's a series called Outer Banks. I watched that. And then I was watching the Jennifer Hudson and Oprah Winfrey special when she was playing Respect.
That Aretha Franklin movie is coming out pretty soon.
Yeah, so I was watching the special on that. So I was just like,
they have billboards all over Chicago because she's a city's favorite daughter. So like Jennifer Hudson is Aretha, giant bill. I posted a photo over the weekend that they also have a giant Ohio billboard in downtown Chicago.
Why?
It says, because they're like, hey, I forget what it says. I just posted it and I saying that the Buckeye State was being pretty thirsty there downtown. But what was it? They were like, hey, tired of the way things are here? We've got a state. What does it say? Business climate feeling rusty? There's a state nearby that's still moving. And it says Ohio. It's a giant billboard for the state of Ohio along the expressway there. Just west of downtown.
I see those everywhere, though. They have Michigan ones all over the place.
Yeah, try to get
here,
business tourism and things, but
Sevierville has one.
I feel like I see them more near the borders of the states. I had never seen one that. Then again, I hadn't been back in a while.
I just look at Jennifer Hudson as just whatever's going on. You're you should take notes from her, Mary, because her whole family was slaughtered.
Oh, I know.
Her mother, her
It's
brother,
sad.
and then her nephew.
Oh yeah, they all got killed, didn't they?
Yeah, by her sister's ex-husband or ex-boyfriend.
Wow, think about that.
And she is just I look at her, I'm like, I don't even understand how you're still standing.
Functioning,
and she's beautiful. She's thriving. She's skinnier than she's ever been, making more money than she ever has. And
Did she come from American Idol?
Yes. Mm-hmm. She didn't win. She was on Fantasia's season.
Yeah, the best people never win.
I was just going to say that. It's always the second or third place person who ends up being super successful.
Except Carrie Underwood. She was
and Kelly Clarkson.
Well, she paying her husband
$200,000 a month. She better hope that show don't get canceled.
Exactly.
Oh man, she better watch what she says.
She the one that keys the cars.
That's Carrie Underwood.
Carrie Underwood.
Those two.
It's called Before He Cheats. It's the song you're thinking of.
Yeah, that's a song about preemptive violence. Yes, before
Vandalism.
he cheats.
No, it's maybe next time he'll think before he cheats. So he's already cheated, and she's doing this things this is a shout out to the next girl. This is what you're signing up for.
Nevertheless, she is full-throated in favor of violence.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, violence against a car.
It's vandalism.
Yeah.
She trashes. That's violence against someone's property. I mean, you can't blow a headlight with your mouth and it cracks.
But I don't think that it's consent. I don't think that's how it's
Yeah, you don't get convicted of assault.
Assault of a vehicle.
Well, no, you're not assaulting a person, but she is.
It's vandalism.
She's saying
she's
you
destroying
should
property.
Go destroy someone's property.
She says this is what happens when you cheat on me.
Right.
Sorry.
Even though I'm a human being and I can process strange feelings, and
but maybe she can't.
I guess not. Instead, she took something of his and destroyed it.
Well, he took something of hers and destroyed it. Her heart.
Please. Anywho, if a guy had done a song like that, how do you think that would be received?
There are songs like that by men.
Oh, really?
Yes, there's a country artist who has a song called, what is it, Next Mrs. Something. It's an old, you guys always talk about how much you like old country, and he's talking about burying his wife in the backyard, and this is a letter to my next wife. If you act up, I'll act like this too.
No.
Eminem did Kim.
No.
This is a guy who had a show on Grand Ole Opry.
Those are Porter Wagner?
Yes.
Those are old songs. Back when guys were, this wasn't a big deal if a guy was talking about. Carrie Underwood is a modern day song. Is there a modern day male artist? I'm being devil's advocate here. I don't really care, but is there a modern day male artist that has an analogous song to that?
Well, forever rap songs were about bitches this and degrading women, and I just want to pour champagne on you. And
that's different.
How is it different?
Because it's a whole genre that accepts that. Would the country genre? What am I saying? Of course, the country genre would accept violence against a woman's property. What am I talking about? Yeah. So
there is a
Maroon 5,
you gotta think too though.
Maroon 5 song, "Wake Up," No Shut Eye, the one where he
talks about killing her and her husband or the one she's cheating on. What the hell song is that?
Don't know.
I don't believe in you. Don't believe in you.
Oh yeah,
Wake Up Call. Wake Up Call.
No, that's not Wake Up Call.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it
Caught
is.
you in the morning with another one in my bed.
Yep.
Yes.
Wake up call, caught you in the morning with another one in my bed.
He talks about shooting them dead, all that kind of stuff.
That's different than the song he was just singing.
Yes, it was different, but I had to think about the song that it
You're
was.
talking
Eminem?
about that Wonder Why song.
Every Eminem song about killing his mom and his girlfriends, and
Again,
the song Superman.
It's
Well, he talks about killing himself.
It's
I'll
accepted.
slap you off that bar stool. Put handprints all across you.
No,
put
I
anthrax on her
understand.
Tampax.
I didn't say every universal music genre. I'm saying would it be accepted? Hip hop and rap, that's been baked into the cake forever because it's accepted in that genre. It's accepted among those fans. Would it be accepted in modern country?
I don't think so.
I mean,
But you gotta think,
that
too-
Carrie Underwood song isn't old, but it's older. I mean, it's
like
probably
early 2000s,
15 years old.
But like women, so when you guys want to generalize about country and Republicans and whatever, the South, and women have dealt with being second best in their relationships and not equal to men in that type of, what am I saying, community where it's just this is just them saying, hey, screw
Taking
you,
the
I'm not
power
going to
back?
take it anymore. Yeah.
So she's taking the power back by destroying his car.
Sure.
Because he can get a new car and a new girl.
She can't get a new heart.
Where does that leave her?
Brokenhearted.
I mean, hearts heal.
Do they?
Yeah, they do.
Fully?
Yeah.
But there's still scars, Alan.
Well, scars remind us that the past is real, Bill. Yeah, okay.
Right,
Well,
that's all.
hey, Adam.
Yes, sir.
What's going on?
Darn you, Alan, you beat me into the freaking punch about the Papa Roach lyrics there. But, yes, it's true. Scars do remind us that the past is real. But anyways, so, okay, Mary actually made me think of the Eminem song, too, as well. I mean, that song is twisted. I mean, Eminem really did plant a number when it comes to that song. Like, wow. But most importantly...
Superman.
Superman.
Kim was way worse.
None of them are good. He talks about having sex with a 14-year-old in Guilty Conscience.
Okay, okay, but he was literally, there's sound effects of him dragging Kim through the woods and then burying her.
Right.
And then lying to his daughter about how he's going to go to, he's like, there's a place called heaven and a place called hell, a place called prison and a place called jail. He's like, I'm going to go to all four except one, or all three except one.
Yeah, but if you remember, there was also sound effects with Superman. I mean, there was sound effects of him slapping a girl off a bar stool, et cetera, et cetera. But yes. Hey, it's been a while since I called. I just want to catch up with everyone around here as well. So, Alan, how do I go about getting this Illuminati's pizza without spending an arm and a leg?
Well, if you want to get it shipped here, you're going to spend $30 a pie. So,
$30 a pie.
Well, it's worth every penny.
All right, I'll believe you there.
All right.
Bill, your turn. What's up? How's the new album going?
Doing really well. Thank you.
Good.
Have you checked it out yet?
Yes, I have. Pre-ordered it, got it, listened it 3 times over. I'm hoping to see
Thank
Guy Squire soon.
I don't know if we'll get there. Bo Burnham's trending on TikTok and everywhere, so I don't think we'll ever beat him.
Ah, jeez.
Yeah.
All right. Poundcake, the podcast sounds great. Keep eating those gummy worms.
He's on the phone.
He's on the phone, but he thanks you.
Okay. Fantastic. But Mary, last but never the least, Yeah, I am going to have to swing by the grog shop to see your show.
Thank you.
So, absolutely. And then you said those two girls are fire. The one, Dina, right?
Dina Hisham.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And
So if you had to
Joyelle
pick-
Nicole, they're both headlining. I'm featuring for them.
Fantastic. If you had to pick one.
Okay, thank you, Adam. I've got to move on, but thank you. Appreciate you checking in. If you want to get a text or anything else, 35192 to do that. If you're on hold, I'll get you on the way back. And 35192, I think I gave you that. iHeartRadio app. You can listen to the show anywhere you are on that.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.
45192 if you want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can always watch the live stream there. Many thanks to Shalbert Conquamine. Shalbert Conquamine in the video department. If I'm pronouncing that correctly.
I think you are. I think you nailed it.
It's not Conquamine or anything. I'm going to go with Conquamine.
I think it's Conquamine.
There you go. That's, of course, Algonquin for the good land. So thank you. It was working
so
back
many
in
of their
there.
words mean the good land.
Yeah, they really do, don't they? If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio from outside of Ohio, tell me where you do that, and I'll make sure you've got a pin on our bureau chief map, which you can see over young Bill Squire's shoulder if you watch the show live. Jeff is a new listener in Riverview, Florida. That is Metro Tampa. RJ is in Philly. Beth listens in Scottsdale, Arizona. Andrew listens in Hammondsport, New York. Joel is in Minneapolis. Let me find somebody here. Lawrence is a viewer in Adelaide, Australia.
Hey.
He watches at AlanCoxShow.com. Hey, Rick.
Hello, Mr. Cox.
Where you been, Rick?
Well, I like to listen sometimes.
I understand. I just want to make sure everything's 5 by 5. Everybody's doing okay.
Yeah, let other callers get in.
Of course.
Well, anyway, Mr. Cox, hello, everyone.
Hello.
Okay, I want to talk. What you think about next year? The Cleveland Indians going to become the Guardians.
Yeah, do you care about that, Rick? There's a lot of people that really got their undies in a twist over that.
Not really.
Okay.
Because somebody beat me on a morning show. I didn't think anybody had thought about, okay, the Guardians, right? Okay, what they did was took the I and the N off instead of the Indian, Guardian. But they still have the N.
Yeah, sure. Yep.
Okay, and it don't matter to me. What do you feel about that?
I think that there were a group of people who said, hey, not only is this genealogically incorrect, but it's gross, and why do it? And so they said, well, we're going to change it. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, Bill, what you think?
I'm on the same page. I'm mostly happy that it's just done and we can move on. Like that,
Right.
That will be nice when people just go, stop talking about it because it's just, it's
Or
been coming
don't.
for a long time.
You're not going to change
Yeah,
anything.
yeah.
I mean, it's done, and whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Mary, what do you feel about it?
Yep. Same.
Okay. Okay, I'm trying to move along fast so other callers can get in. What was it?
The old Saints bit.
Okay, I know you have an album out, Bill.
Yes.
Bam. I know you have an album out, Miss Mary.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alan, do you have an album out?
You have a comedy album?
My old ones are on the wall of my office. No, I haven't put a CD out in a long time.
I mean, can I buy them out of the store? I have to go on internet to get any of y'all albums.
You definitely have to go do some digging on the internet for mine. These guys, they got them on their website, and you can, maybe there's an 800 number that you could call, and you get Mary on the other end. I don't know.
Okay, so I can't just go to a store and buy them.
No, they're not at Walmart.
Who said something about Walmart?
Me, the only female voice in the show. It's Mare.
Oh, boy.
Okay, last thing. That girl that, when she voted, the gymnastics.
Simone Biles.
Yeah, what's her name?
Simone Biles.
Yeah, listen. When she voted and she didn't right, at that time, she lost her nerve and she did hurt herself. Now, I rather she did not hurt herself, but I think she had class. Said, listen, I'm going to let the rest of my teammates take over and do this. She knew she lost her confidence at that moment, instead of her trying to prove that she's still top. Look, you know what I'm trying to say.
You think she got the yips and bailed?
Yeah, but she gave enough nerve and class to say, look, I can't do it. let my other members do it.
Yeah, that's right. That's what happened.
And other people, she shouldn't have gave her. What y'all want her to do? Put her injury herself?
No, don't pull an injury on yourself. Nope.
Yeah, but that's what a lot of people tell me. She shouldn't have quit. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Rick.
All right,
pal.
pull our own stuff.
I say,
yo.
You say neither, and I say,
either.
And either.
Tell me here about
Let's call the whole thing off. Yes, you like potato, and I like.
Wow.
You like tomato, and I like.
What's wrong with the Cavaliers?
Potato.
Yeah, right?
Tomato.
Why?
Let's call the whole thing off.
Very sad news. I'm very bummed out. Very, very sad news. Mentioned a couple days ago that Joey Jordison, the longtime drummer of Slipknot, had died young, 46, in his sleep. And word has come down, not as young, but just as an amazing musician. Dusty Hill, founding member of ZZ Top, has died at 72 years old. He was the ZZ Top bassist for more than 50 years. I think they were just doing a spring tour in Canada, and that band has been the little, what they call themselves, a little old band from Texas. I love ZZ Top. I don't know if people still like ZZ Top, but I always loved them. Billy Gibbons, who once upon a time Jimi Hendrix said was his favorite guitarist. Frank Beard was the drummer. The long-running joke was that the guy named Beard was the only one without one. And Dusty Hill was the longtime bassist for ZZ Top, and he is dead.
They make a terrific cameo in the movie Back to the Future 3.
That's right.
Which is one of my favorites. And yeah, that's a bummer. I was always a fan of them just because, like, as a kid, they're very identifiable. So, like, as a kid, like, it's one of the first bands that I feel like I knew I could pick them up. I'm like, oh, that's ZZ Top.
If you were part of the
Beards, yes, yeah.
MTV generation, they'd been around for 20 plus years by then. MTV breathed new life into this band.
And just fun, good rock music, too.
Yeah. Great band live, if you ever saw them. But they have been together, I think all three guys been together for over 50 years. And he died in his sleep last night in Houston, Texas. So whether or not this means the end of ZZ Top, I don't know. I don't know if Billy Gibbons and Frank Beard will get some. I feel like this is like a Led Zeppelin thing. Like they're going to go, ZZ Top was these three guys, and we're not going out. We're not going to do it anymore. So that's a bummer. If you want to leave us a message, you can certainly do that. The Alan Cox Show After Hours line is 216-986-8903.
Hi, Alan. It's Liz. So I'm calling to tell you how incredibly frustrating it's been listening to all the misinformation and ignorance regarding ghosts. I was screaming at my phone like Anthony Fauci screaming at Rand Paul. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Ghosts don't hang out in cemeteries. They don't hang out in abandoned buildings. They hang out wherever people are. They can follow you home from work or the grocery store or anywhere, and can cause a lot of problems for the people in the home, including health problems, relationship problems. So that's why it's important to get rid of them. So please don't ignore the information I emailed to you about who to contact and how. I mean, if you wonder why I care that your brother has ghosts, I don't. Actually, it's just very frustrating when I know that this issue can be solved quickly and permanently, and no one will listen. Just check it out. I still love all of you. Okay, bye.
Okay, so there's Liz. We all know Liz. I think we've met her.
She's calling in to give us more disinformation about ghosts.
I love Liz. I've had drinks with her.
Yeah.
We've played Words with Friends for many, many years. But that is bananas. She did email me. Here's a person you've got to talk to. This is what ghosts do stuff. It's nonsense. First of all, listen, if you believe in all that, it's predicated on, I'm not going to go down this road again. But with all due respect to her, because I think she's a lovely person, the whole screaming at your phone, you guys don't know what you're talking about, is kooky. That's not how ghosts act. So, of course, it's predicated on believing in that in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
But even Mary was giggling in here. She made Mary sound downright reasonable.
I am reasonable, first of all. Second of all...
On this topic.
But are you downright reasonable?
I'm upside reasonable.
On this topic, I should say. You know?
Well, no, I don't. I mean, it depends. Like you said, it depends on what you accept as fact. And if there's a lot of information out there, and if she accepts that information as fact, then yeah, that would upset her.
But that's
the way that it was spoken about.
But that's where we go back to the whole discussion of people taking beliefs and turning them into fact.
Or people
So here's my thing.
Or people who, and people do this in politics, people do it with any manner of things, is that the move is, it's not just limited to her, although she clearly is very firm in her beliefs, but the move is, if you just say your nonsense with enough conviction, people will assume that you know what you're talking about.
Not necessarily, because...
But that's what a lot of people do.
But there's a lot of research out there that confirms the existence of ghosts. You don't like where the research is coming from.
There is no research that confirms the existence of ghosts.
You don't
that
like
would be
the source.
It would be global, world-changing news.
You don't like the source.
What?
Whatever it might be, these poltergeist guys.
Ghost Hunters Monthly.
All I'm saying is...
Scientists.
Okay, that's fine. That's what I'm saying. It's like trying to argue, when Christians try to argue points in the Bible to someone who doesn't believe in God, it doesn't make sense. But that's what they believe. That's their book of facts.
But that's not fact.
I understand. I'm backing Liz up, saying that there is a lot of research out there. There's a ton of research out there.
There's a bunch of research. Just because there's research does not mean it is valid.
What do anti-vaxxers and right-wing nut jobs always say to you? Well, I do my own research. You don't do your own research. You went on the internet. You went to Breitbart and FoxNews.com. That's your research. That's not research. You went to some websites.
They watch some stuff on YouTube as well.
YouTube as well. Yeah. So anyway,
All I'm saying
I like
is
Liz,
you
but
don't
the whole
trust
like
the
you,
source.
huh?
You don't trust the source of where this information is coming from.
I trust science.
That's fine.
What's the
don't get mad at me.
I'm not. I'm saying, what's the old line? It's you can have your own opinion. You can't have your own facts. Facts is facts. And if somebody, it would be front page news on every outlet around the world. Science confirms ghosts. Right?
Sure.
It would be front page, virtual and literal, for weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Weeks.
But it's the same reason you can't argue these types of things with people who are anti-vaxxers, where they're like, I don't believe in that research. They don't care where it came from. They don't believe in it. They think that it's all propaganda. So to the same degree, do you get what I'm saying? It's like the same argument, no matter which way you're coming from.
Well, no, because at least
everyone's saying the same thing. They say that is not a reputable source because to them it isn't. So what are you supposed to do? To you, her facts are not a reputable source.
I guess. I don't know how to even have that conversation. I mean, you can't have an intellectually honest conversation if somebody's coming at you going, well, that's not in the Bible. You go,
welcome to my
okay,
whole
well,
life.
No, mine too. I mean, yeah, of course.
Just when we had my dad's memorial, my brother and I got into it about vaccines for over an hour, going back and forth about it. But we were saying the same thing the whole time, and I think that's what's happening here as well. Where she's saying, hey, there are facts, here's where they are, and you're saying your facts are BS. And that's the same argument that everybody has because they believe their facts and don't believe your facts.
No, but it's not a fact to say, I know a person who gets ghosts out of people's houses.
Okay, but if
they follow you to the grocery store. That's not a fact.
You don't know that.
I do know
that.
that.
Did you look into any of the stuff that she sent you? You're just going to tear it apart anyway if you did.
She pointed me to a person who does it for a living.
Okay, then. To her, that's enough proof.
Like the medium that we had on the phone who just all of a sudden couldn't zero in on anything about me. Oh, you're hard to read. Yeah, because you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. That's what I'm saying.
But that's not facts.
To you.
No, not to me.
Yes. It's facts to Liz.
But it's not a fact, though.
Okay, but
you can't call something that's not a fact a fact.
Okay, you don't like the source that it's coming from. That's what it is.
No.
Do you know what a fact is? You know what the scientific method is?
Yeah.
Right. A fact is a result of the scientific method. Here's something that has been experimented and has been tested and garnered.
That guy has experimented and tested and done all of that.
No, he hasn't. You can't go, I get ghosts out of houses. Because how do you prove that?
Because anytime
How do you prove that he didn't?
Because anytime you ask him to reproduce those results, he's like, oh, well, there's not he can't contact the spirit. He can't.
Every situation's unique.
Yes, exactly.
But if this guy's doing it for a living, it's not like it was a one-off and he started a YouTube channel.
No,
it's something that he's doing
because
all
there's
the
about
time.
a lot of gullible people who happily give you their money.
And that's why I have such a big problem with this, is because those people are preying on people's beliefs. And they take advantage of people that believe in the ghost.
Everything is taking advantage of people's
But
beliefs.
that's to a degree where they are profiting off of them in a very gross way, in my opinion.
Every type of business, every anything is profiting off of people's beliefs, no matter if it aligns with yours or not.
That is true.
So to say that just because you don't agree with this doesn't mean that it isn't the same the other way.
But so you don't think there's ethical ways to do business?
I'm not saying that there's not ethical ways to do
And
business,
I
but
feel
to
like
say that
that's
you're
not
not preying on people's beliefs, that's what
but that is not an
everybody...
ethical way to do business.
That's how everybody sells stuff. Everybody sells things based on what you believe or what their target demographic believes. 100%
And that
of the time.
is true, but some people's beliefs are rooted in facts, and other people's beliefs are rooted in whatever, hooey, or, whatever they were raised to believe, or, whatever. You understand the distinction I'm
I get
making?
what you're saying, yes. I fully understand what you're saying.
If there was a person who was able to systematically prove that they had not only proof of spirits from the afterlife, but they could eradicate them, that person would be a billionaire.
Right. I understand.
None of these people are billionaires. They're working out of vans in Stark County. God bless them. Follow your bliss.
I'm not saying that there aren't people out there who are taking advantage of people. That's not what I'm saying at all.
I'm not even talking about taking advantage of people. I'm not even attaching a nefarious intent to these people. Some people just think it's fun. My wife's one of these people who thinks it's fun. I don't think she believes in all that stuff, but she thinks it's fun. And it is if you kind of are like, hey.
Yeah, why not?
But it's when you move into, as it's true in any part of life, when you move into an area where people are taking advantage of other people, that's a problem.
Right.
Right? Nobody goes to the, come Halloween time, nobody goes to the Parma haunted houses because they think that they're full of demons. They go in because it's fun.
Right, but those are two different things. That's something that's set up to be entertaining.
Yeah, but it's just a different point in the same curve.
That's fine, but they're not the same thing.
I agree. Because nobody believes that there are demons in haunted houses.
Right, because haunted houses are an entertainment facet. Those are set up to scare you, once a year. That's not the same. A haunted house that is set up by an agency that travels the country is not the same thing as someone like your brother living in a haunted house and having paranormal activity happen there.
I don't know
Those are
that
two
these.
different
I
things.
don't know that these traveling companies setting up haunted houses don't have access to actual devils and demons and spirits. I don't know. She just said
That's
they
not
follow.
even the point.
She said they follow people where they are. Maybe
Yes.
they've attached themselves to some carnies.
They may have, and there could be a coincidence where a haunted house attraction happens to actually be haunted.
And when you talk about, you don't believe in their research, how would you research ghosts?
I don't know. I haven't looked into any of it. I follow it blindly. I say these are real. I believe in it. I'm the first one to admit that it's stupid.
But that's honest, and I can respect, and I respect Liz too. She clearly feels very adamantly that this is something that can be quantified and rectified and taken care of. And if you just call this person, she'll get the ghosts out of your house.
But the same things that she would probably take as fact, or okay, so to Liz, that video that your brother showed you was probably enough proof for her. That is not enough proof for you. That doesn't mean that the video is any more or less valid. It is enough for her. It is not enough for you. So how do you argue if that is what you saw is a fact or not?
Because why would anybody take a grainy video and go, "Whoop, that proves it to me"?
Because it's enough for them.
It means that you already believe it, and it just confirms what you already believe.
And you already don't believe it. And it's the same thing on your end. You already want to pick it apart. So
Yes.
you say that's not good enough.
I have a bias toward facts.
That's fine. It's still a bias. Anything
Toward
you see,
facts.
anything you see, you're going to pick apart because
we're talking
you don't
about,
want it to be
we're
real.
talking about the difference between things that are repeatedly able to be proven and things that are not.
I understand, and what I'm saying is
If I
that for someone,
if I throw this pen in the air, it's never going to fly into the ceiling.
I understand. What I'm
Well, throw it harder.
Yeah, you're not throwing hard enough.
I need a number 2 pencil. Yeah. Yeah. Well, anyway, right? I mean, listen, there's no harm in it.
No. But
Unless you're
like
taking advantage of someone.
You have the same raw material in that video. To one person, it says, That's enough to prove it for me. To you, it says I need more information. It's just a difference in opinion at that point.
Well, it's a difference in the process, too, because there is still not enough information to prove anything in that video.
Or disprove.
Right.
Right.
Trust me. Let me
We're
repeat.
saying the same thing.
Let me repeat myself. I very much would love this stuff to be true, you know? And if it were ever shown to me that it was, I'd be like, this is amazing. This is amazing. Who wouldn't feel that way? Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, what about aliens? I mean, aliens is at least statistically possible. Probable. It's statistically probable that there's other life in the universe. Ghosts. I don't know how statistically probable that is. I don't know.
I don't either.
I would love to be surrounded by ghosts. What are you talking about? It'd be great. I mean, it would suck if you couldn't see them. That's the thing.
That's a part of
you
it.
You can't see them. But if they were like glasses you put on, you know, like 3D glasses or something. Okay, I've got to take a break. Tickets for you. If you want to live like it's, what year was Bayside big?
Mid-2000s.
Mid-2000s. If you want to live like it's 2006 all over again. They're playing the Agora in September with Census Fail and Hawthorne Heights and some other bands. So tickets for that on the way. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show. On our free iHeartRadio app.
Heights and the Bomb Pops, all 4 of them, Friday, September 10th at the world-famous Agora. You can go to agoracleveland.com if you need any further details or if you want to buy tickets. 2 tickets here for caller 10 to see Bayside and Friends. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
They say birds of a feather flock together, but we all know birds aren't real.
Science knows.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Yeah, speaking of birds, I was reading an article about German scientists who have determined that crows are considered to be among the most intelligent animals out there. And these German scientists who have stumbled upon some evidence that suggests that crows have a concept of the number 0.
Okay.
I don't know what you do with that information. It's always... I'll defer to people smarter than I am who study these kinds of things because clearly there's a different end game in motion than just figuring out if birds can count. But it means that crows join an elite group of animals that can process nothingness, essentially. Bees can do it. I was reading my daughter this big book on bees last night, and it was a kid's book, so it's done in like a cartoony, informational way.
It's a big book on bees before bed?
Kind of, yes. Well, not before bed, but I learned a lot about it. I didn't know that honey and nectar were vomited from bee to bee and then processed in the other bee's stomach and then vomited back. I had no idea that was how, that the honey is essentially bee barf. Didn't know that.
Pooped out into your tea in the morning.
Bees have a concept of 0, monkeys and humans. So crows. Now, again, because birds are all drones, this isn't shocking to me because all they know are 1s and 0s. So, of course, since birds aren't real, crows are no different. It just means that they're smarter drones. But something to think about. If you want to think about it.
Not really.
If you don't, that's okay.
I have 0 thoughts on this.
Yeah, same with me. There are some things that I'm fascinated by and with, but then I go, well, now what I do with that information? That's now occupying a space, and I can't do anything with it. I've got a lot of crows in my neighborhood, and
Wouldn't all animals have a sense of 0? Like they know, okay, I have no food right now. They know what that is.
I'm not sure.
I don't know if I have a sense of 0 in this explanation. Because, I'm with Mary on this one. Like, my dog knows when she's out of water and food.
Right.
So
like there is 0 left. There's none. They know what none means.
Yeah.
But I guess maybe they don't equate that with the number 0.
Right. Or none ya. You
Right.
know, when you tell a friend when you're a kid, none ya. None ya business. Yeah, I think to really do a deep dive on this would be even more boring than us arguing about ghosts. But
People get into it.
Huh?
So people get into the ghost talk. Got messages on Instagram and all kinds of stuff. You're right. You're crazy.
Well, so there's something for everybody.
You know?
Right. Some of you think it's right. Some of you think it's crazy. And some of you, like me, believe in the scientific method. Remember, the burden of proof is always on the believer.
Correct.
So you go, hey, extraordinary claims without evidence can be dismissed without evidence, right? So, I don't know. We can all agree, though, that we would love to live in a world of ghosts.
I don't know. Nice ghosts.
I mean,
Caspers.
my ex-wife lived in Japan for many years, and Japanese culture, and I don't know where it comes from. I don't know if it comes from a centuries-old tradition or a mindset or whatever. It's an extraordinarily superstitious culture. So they believe ghosts are all around them. They believe that if someone dies in a building, they can't tear the building down, or it's this whole, I'm oversimplifying it, but it's really fascinating. That's why all those Japanese horror movies are about a ghost, or, a girl in a closet or under a bed sheet or something. That is a culture that believes in ghosts, that the spirits of their ancestors and people who have passed are constantly around them and interacting with them and are, whatever.
Can I share something with you that my therapist told me that has helped me a great deal?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Hey, go ahead.
I was talking about how frustrating my family can be, and you may have heard this before, but he said you can't reason someone out of something that they weren't reasoned into. And
yes, that's right.
That helps me a lot. So I
Yes.
think that might help you when it comes to things like this. To understanding, you're never going to be able to change a mind if someone firmly believes in ghosts. You're not going to change their mind because they weren't reasoned into it.
That is the extraordinary disadvantage if you're somebody who believes in facts.
Mm-hmm.
If there's anything we've learned over the past 5, 6, 7 years, it's that facts will never supersede emotions for some people,
Mhm.
right? What you believe in your gut, what you think, what you feel,
Yes.
whatever. You'll never convince someone with information.
Right.
You have to synthesize that information in a way that feels right to them, I guess.
Well,
I'm a robot. I don't know what these things are. But that's what I hear and read and people say.
I was talking about how incredibly frustrating even just having conversations with some members of my family can be, and how they seem pointless to me because I can't get through. There's a barrier there that I cannot get past. And when he said that you can't reason someone out of something that they weren't reasoned into, I said, so what? It's just a moot point? He goes, kinda, yeah. If they didn't get there by logic, you're not getting them out of it by logic.
Well, the frustrating thing in the context of a global pandemic is that your beliefs can hurt someone else.
Right.
If it's just something you believe, my thought was always, okay.
Like ghosts.
Yeah, it
silly,
doesn't bother
hurt
me.
it, right.
Yeah, right, doesn't bother me. When you transition into something that can impact another person, that's something completely different. But for the most part, you go, okay, well, what would happen if I did convince this person? Then what? Then you go,
You win.
Well, but it's not even a winning thing. It's just like, what do? You go, okay.
Welcome to the good side.
I mean, people,
it's not even that. Be like, okay, I guess.
People are getting convinced of things. It's just happening in the most horrific ways, where we talked about the lady in Alabama
Right.
that is getting people that are about to be put into comas asking for the vaccine, and they didn't believe in it until they got so sick that they had to be intubated.
Yeah, they're taking the longest possible route to coming to the same conclusion that everyone else has come to. Hey, Drunk Sue, how you feeling?
Hey, baby, how are you?
How's your? Well, last time we talked to Drunk Sue, she had slipped and broken a vertebra.
Yeah, T12, baby.
T12, Judgment Day. What's your status? What's the prognosis?
Well, I didn't know. Should I call in as Drunk Sue or Broke Back Sue?
Well, everybody
You're
knows you
branded
as Drunk Sue.
I know, but it was funny when I heard it over the weekend.
What?
Anyways.
How are you?
I want you to help me figure out a word.
All right. I mean,
The word is
Yeah.
extraordinary.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to me, it means super regular.
Yes, extraordinary. That's why I like it.
I know, but why did they put that on, to make it like people are?
No, you're right.
kinda super
I know.
good.
I know. You are super regular. Yes, you are mega average.
Yeah, mega average.
Yeah, I like it.
I just don't understand why they think that extraordinary is such a wonderful word, because it's not.
Sue, did these thoughts come to you under severe pain medication, or what's going on there?
No, that's just what I believe. I've always wondered about that.
So
word.
are you laid up?
It doesn't make any sense to me.
Are you laid up?
No, I can get around. I got my back brace to get around back and forth. But
Back brace.
Down, oh yeah, and a walker.
So
And
you're
then
in?
I'm gonna
Are you in the full thing, like the full torso and neck thing?
Yeah. Well, not the
Wow.
neck. It goes from the collarbone to the crotch.
Collarbone to the crotch. What was the movie where the girl was in? Not Lara Flynn Boyle in Wayne's World. What was the one where the girl is in Oh God, it was like an '80s movie or something where there's a girl in a full at a party. Maybe,
you're thinking of
Weird
16
Science?
Candles. 16 Candles, and it's Joan Cusack.
Yes,
and she's trying to like drink from the water fountain.
Yes.
She's got the sweater on with the little skirt on it. She uses that to dab her mouth. Yeah,
and she's got that full torso brace on or whatever. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, well that's how I'll think of you, Drunk Sue, as Joan Cusack in 16 Candles.
Well, guess what?
What?
I figured out a way. My friends are going to take me to the Balloon Fest this weekend.
Okay. Are they going to send you up, or do you got to be
groundbound? No. We figured out a way to get a wheelchair.
Yeah.
I bought it from a place not too far from my house. I got a wheelchair for $20.
So
that's a good deal.
So
I'm going to be at the Balloon Fest.
So what's the next step? When do you have something done to your back?
I don't know yet. I'm still waiting.
Still waiting, boy.
All I know is I still got to wear this brace.
Yep.
And just wait till I see the doctor again.
Is it cutting into your love life with Bob?
Very much so.
I
cannot even tell you.
Yeah, I understand. I don't want to get too into
volumes of books.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Sure. All right. Well, listen, keep us in the loop, okay, Sue?
I'll tell you what, though. Bob has been my 100% savior, man, because this dude, I'd do the same for him in a heartbeat.
Of course. He's your rock.
He is my rock, and I love him so much.
Of course.
And he just, even before when I was a pain in the ass or whatever, he always took care of me. He always has.
Now you're a real pain in the ass.
Take care of him, too.
Yeah.
But I love you guys, but I wasn't sure if I should call in as Drunk Sue or Broke Back Sue.
No, you're still Drunk Sue to us.
I'm still Drunk Sue.
Yeah. All right, we'll talk to you later,
baby.
Sue. All right. Drunk Sue. Got that broken T12.
Sue. Expensive calculator.
What's that?
That's a TI-12.
So she's doing her sines and cosines on the back of that. She's got a graphing brace on. All right. Hey, Jason.
Hey, Alan.
Jason, what's going on?
Oh, not a lot, man. Not a lot. Just about done with work today.
Okay.
I just wanted to call in. Me and my girlfriend, her parents, went and saw Mary at the Black River Tavern. And
good for you! It was a great show, right?
Yeah, it was a great show. The openers were funny. Mary was really funny.
So it was you and your wife and
more beautiful in person.
More beautiful in person. More beautiful than what?
My Instagram.
So it was.
Pictures I've seen.
It was. Hopefully, you didn't say that to her in front of your wife. So it was you and your wife and the in-laws, or your parents?
No, not wife. Just girlfriend and her parents.
Oh, girlfriend. Oh, okay.
Thanks for coming out, man.
Yeah. Oh, it was a great time. We had a blast.
It was a lot of fun. That's when I learned Illyria had a country club. Had no
the
idea.
Illyria Country Club. Oh boy.
Yeah, with no pull tabs, right? You were looking for the pull tabs.
I was, yes.
Yeah, it was a good time. A good time. We really tied on a pretty good buzz that night, actually.
People were wasted at that show, dude.
Well, yeah. I mean, when in Rome.
Super drunk.
I'm sure. Well, good. We're glad you made it out there, Jason.
Yeah, it was a great time. I just wanted to call and tell her that.
Oh, thanks.
Go. All right. Thank you, Jason. Where was that? That was Illyria.
Illyria. Yeah. So I was booked for it, and it was at a place called Black River Tavern. And this was the same night as emo night. So my sister's like, hey, we're just going to like a bar show, right? I was like, yeah, tavern. It's called Black River Tavern. So we wore our emo night clothes, our fishnets and all black, and had on heavy makeup and stuff. And we pull into the address, and it's like set far back. It's this huge building. My sister looks at me and she goes, dude, is this like a castle? What is this? I was like, I don't know. I thought it was just a bar show. And it turns out we were at a country club. So we looked pretty out of place. I'll say that. But it was really, really fun.
It was the snobs versus the slobs.
Well,
it's like Caddyshack.
It was all just like middle-aged couples enjoying a nice dinner downstairs and then coming upstairs for a little comedy show. And then it was like us looking like they're angsty teenage kids. Like, it was really fun, though.
But that's kind of the dichotomy you want for a night out in Illyria.
Sure.
Yeah. Alan Cox Show After Hours line for people who just want to leave us messages. That's where you can do it. It's 216-986-8903.
All right, Alan.
and Cody. I called earlier saying that about Neil versus Neo. But I got to be honest, I think Cody might be right that it really sounds like Neil, not Neo, like I said before. So I'm just saying that, like, Cody might be right on this. Neil instead of Neo. They don't never really do the O on the end of it. They don't enunciate that. I gotta be honest, I'm watching it right now, and I don't hear the O on there. Neo. It's Neil. It kind of sounds that way. Got your back on this, Cody. I mean, I've been watching this movie for 20-some years, but I mean...
This dude's about 4 blunts deep on this phone call.
Not Neil, but...
He's still going. All right, anyway, there you go. Yeah, I mean, I would say check the credits or anything that's ever been written about that movie.
Neil is my facts.
Huh?
Neil is my facts.
Correct. And like all those other people's fake facts, that's not what the name is. It's Neo.
I feel
it's on a screen.
Neil.
It's on a screen in the movie, right?
How I feel is more important.
Boy, couldn't be further from the truth. Literally, couldn't be further from the truth. But at least you've got somebody on your team there. That's Team Neil. And it's Neal, right?
Neil.
Oh, it is Neil. Oh, I thought you said Neal. I was, that was an extra layer to that whole thing.
Yeah.
And Neal was...
is that how I spelled it last time?
I think
remember.
so. I think it was Neil.
People bring up these conversations like from like a month ago. I don't even remember. I don't remember yesterday's episode.
It was so funny, though. That had me crying. I was laughing so hard. Neil
in the Matrix. And what's the matter with that?
And then you guys jumped all over me because I said that Neils are dorks.
Yeah, we heard from a lot of Neils, by the way. But you know what should make you feel better? We didn't hear from one Neo.
You're right.
Not one Neo called us and said, how come I don't get any love? It was all Neils. Irrespective of how you spell it, I guess there's only a couple. Neil, Neal.
Neal.
Niall, if you're European.
Kneel.
Yes, if you're evangelical and your parents name you Neil, that's how they spell it, because that's the way to do it. Okay, so you've got that stoner on your side, so that's good. That's something.
Okay.
Alan, can we change for the time being Drunk Sue's name to Perka-Sue? Well, again, I think Drunk Sue is how she's best known, and we're not going to give her a name just because she's kind of hit this low point. But boy, that couldn't be any fun walking around in that torso brace.
No.
That sounds like something that would go on the Mary Santora file, but
Right.
Can't be any fun walking around in a torso brace.
I don't know if this is real wood or not, but I'm going to knock on it. I've never broken anything. Like, I've never been in a cast.
I haven't either.
Pull her last punishment next year.
Break an arm, break your arm.
You guys are not going to
Finger.
cause me injury. No.
Yeah, break a finger.
No.
Just a quick little finger break. No. It won't even hurt that much.
Yeah, whoever wins gets to break one of your fingers.
I don't even think I could do it.
No, that is so gross. Just hearing it.
Just go.
Like, take it backwards. Ugh, no.
You gotta go to the side.
But like, I the pain will be excruciating, and then just I hear casts are like really, really
They
itchy.
stink.
Yeah.
By the way, and thank you to whoever texted me this, I was not thinking of Joan Cusack in 16 Candles, even though I do remember that. What I was thinking was Jenna Elfman in Grosse Pointe Blank. Do you remember that? Jenna Elfman at the high school reunion in Grosse Pointe Blank with John Cusack and another Cusack and Minnie Driver. She was in a car accident.
One night joke kind of family, huh?
What? Yeah.
I didn't know. I don't remember that movie as well. I haven't seen that one as many times as I've seen 16 Candles. So that's funny though.
Mm. Alan, Neo is because he is the one. Neone.
Yeah.
Duh. There you go. All right.
Wait.
I think that was explained in the movie, wasn't it?
I'm saying this was all explained in the movie, but it's more fun to go, I think his name is Neil. And they're just lying to us.
But it's not in good order. It's not in the same order.
It's not in good order.
Like Neo, and then it's not even one spelled backwards.
It doesn't have to be. It's an anagram. I mean, what do you want?
But why they mix them up?
If you spelled your name DOCY,
because it's a screen name, he's not gonna go by one.
Well, I'm just saying.
Shut up, Doki.
When they say ACS, they wouldn't put like CAS, and like because that's not right.
Yes, the show is sack backwards.
I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text for anything, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com to watch live. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
now recommending a resumption of indoor mask wearing in public settings in some parts of the country, even for vaccinated Americans.
Thank you, whoever made this. Return of the Mac, of course, one of my very favorite songs of all time, and I can't believe it never occurred to me to make Return of the Mask, but there it is. Thank you for that. I was reading the CDC guidance. They're saying that people need to wear masks in places in the country that are considered COVID hotspots. Not going to work. Well, Cuyahoga County, most of northern Ohio, is not considered a COVID hotspot. There are 23 counties in the state of Ohio where there is substantial or high COVID-19 transmission.
But that's because people weren't getting vaccinated. They weren't wearing masks to begin with, so you want people to remask. There is a reason why there's hot spots.
Well, no, I mean, they're correct. I mean, these are counties in which people were not
paying attention and doing what they were supposed to do anyways.
These are low vaccination counties, most of them primarily in central and southern Ohio. But I guess I don't understand why they're going to mandate masks and not vaccinations. Like, they had to mandate masks last year because there were no vaccinations. The masks were all... mask mandates work. I kind of got into a little bit of an argument with a couple of my siblings because they were my sister is more along the lines of, whatever. I go, they took a couple of states in the thick of this last year. They took Tennessee, they took Kansas, I think they took Missouri. And they broke out county by county where there were mask mandates and where there weren't. And it was like drawing a bright line between where, it was spreading or it wasn't because of masks. Because they work, of course. It's why people cover their mouth when they sneeze in normal times, right? So,
Wait, are we supposed to do that?
Huh?
We're supposed to do that?
Don't you ever start doing that, because I'll tell you what, when you spray your particles all over,
oh,
I get some good slow motion video. It's pretty good. When masks were all we had, that was the best method we had to stop what was going on. I don't think that was ever meant to be a long-term solution. People were pissing and moaning about that. But it was like, until we get the vaccines, masks. So I don't know why they're going masks again instead of, you gotta get the goddamn vaccine.
Well, because, I think it's more for the businesses and stuff, so that they can put those mandates in place, because they know the people aren't going to get the vaccine.
You mean it gives them cover to say, well, we got to do it.
We got to you got to wear a mask when you're coming in here, because, you shared the Comedy Store in LA. They're asking for proof of vaccination if you want to attend a show there. And people in the comments are just losing their minds, like, this is a Nazi Germany, blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, so frustrating.
And probably people who aren't anywhere near California.
Of course.
By the way.
Of course. But it's one of those things where they bitch and moan because they don't want to wear a mask. And it's like, well, then get vaccinated so we could get to some sort of herd immunity. I'm like, well, I'm not going to get vaccinated. I don't know what's in the vaccine. It's not tested enough. And it's like, it's not December. It's not January anymore. The vaccine has been highly effective. And if people would just take it, we'd be in a much better place right now. But there's so many people that are like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to take that because it doesn't affect me. Because people are selfish and they're only worried about themselves.
I just think it's weird that they go, you got to put the masks on, but they're not for. I was watching a little blurb the other day in Missouri, which is certainly Missouri might as well be Mississippi. Missouri, this doctor was talking about how people are getting vaccinated wearing disguises because they're too embarrassed to tell their friends and family that they're getting the vaccine. So they're like coming in, like Groucho glasses or something. Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine?
But the only someone would recognize you is if they were there too. So I don't understand why you would.
That's how terrified people are in parts of the country that someone they know is going to find out that they, or whatever,
They've had several people come in to get vaccinated who have tried to sort of disguise their appearance and even went so far as to say, please, please, please don't let anybody know that I got this vaccine. I don't want my friends to know.
It's crazy. I don't want my friends to know.
Was the polio vaccine mandatory?
I think it was. And listen, there have always been people who have complained throughout the ages about vaccines. And by the way, it took a long, anti-vaxxers love to tell you how long it took to get people vaccinated for polio. It took like 50 years to get everybody vaccinated. So it really wasn't an overnight thing. And I think but again, this is not 1950.
Right.
We have unparalleled global technology resources at our disposal. And so the speed with which these things came together was not accidental.
Right. I explained that to my family when they were in town last, and I was saying, they're like, oh, it was developed too fast. It was this, it was that. I said, the science has been there forever. Not forever, but for a very long time. And this is the first time in history that there were doctors and scientists all over the world working on this 24/7. So yes, it may seem quick, but in the scope of things, with the amount of work that was put into it, instead of a regular 9-to-5 workday by a team of people, it was developed by people nonstop.
What I want to know,
and if we had been the only country working on it, or if there had just been one country, it would have taken much longer.
Right.
Yeah.
I want to know what would qualify to make them go, okay, now all my concerns have been met. I'll get the vaccine.
Well, that's what I'm always saying, is that they seem to be moving the goalpost.
Correct.
There was that football player, plays for the Packers. Cole somebody.
He plays for I thought he played for the Bills.
You're probably right. This
Cole
football
Beasley,
player's like, I'm not getting the vaccine unless
Beasley,
they pay my wife.
Yeah, something like that. And then who is Ryan Tannehill? He's the quarterback for the Tennessee Titans. He's like, the only reason I got the vaccine is because I just want the easier protocols. And just like, at least you got it. It's nice, but I just can't.
But Mark Cuban said, "Okay, I'll pay. I'll donate a lot of money to your wife's business." And I don't think you heard back from him. So I don't know. There's a business in. I was watching a blurb on this restaurant in Huntington Beach. This is Orange County, California. So it's one of the most affluent zip codes in the country. So it's rich, whiny white people out there. And the guy who runs a restaurant in Huntington Beach says that you have to have proof that you're not vaccinated. I don't know how you prove that you're not vaccinated, but he doesn't want people coming in there if they've had the shot.
County, some business owners are fighting back on this push for vaccines and new mask mandates, but cases and hospitalizations are climbing there, and experts say the virus will continue to mutate among the unvaccinated. NBC4's Vicky Vargas has this update.
The sign outside Basilico Pasta e Vino says the proprietor will only serve the unvaccinated. And he tells us he is willing to pledge his business as a constitutional battleground. Our American way of life is under attack, he wrote in a statement to NBC4.
Again, I don't know what that means. I don't know what the American way of life is. I know Joe Biden describes this country that really doesn't exist anymore. We're better than this. We've proven we're not. So I don't know what the American way of life is. I know a lot of these guys pine for a time that never existed, but the American way of life is either we do help each other or we don't. I don't know which one they're talking about.
Well, the idealized version of it is that we do all help each other. We all care about our neighbors. We all pull each other up. We come together as a community. But that's not what we are anymore.
I don't know if we ever were, but I mean, that's it. It sounds good. I don't know.
Be on the front lines of this battle in defense of liberty and freedom, willing to put everything at risk for it. The opposite rule is in place at the Central Justice Center, where today the presiding judge says masks must be worn indoors here by everyone, after 2 positive cases of the virus were discovered over the weekend.
Yeah, sure, because you can't really be too cautious with things. So,
again, obviously the guy's trolling. I don't know how you can't prove that you're unvaccinated. But I would think somebody would go down there, show them their vaccination card, and then make a huge, loud scene about not being able to eat there. You know, like how they do it on the other side? Screaming and yelling and, you know. I'm sure that's what this guy...
This is un-American!
I'm sure that's what this guy thinks people are going to do, but that's not going to happen. That's more like right-wing snowflakes doing that. But I would imagine... Listen, this is a restaurant. You got to think this guy's going to get calls from businesses he works with, suppliers and things, going, we are not going to deliver to you because we don't want to put our drivers at risk or whatever. Mm-hmm. I don't feel like this is a winning model for... I know he's trying to get on TV, but And he's not the only one of its kind. I mean, there are places where there are news stories of people who have hung signs said, "We don't want anyone vaccinated." And here you're like, fine, I will find. This might be hard to believe. There are other Italian restaurants around here. As much as I love the Basilico or whatever it's called, I will find myself another restaurant. I don't know what to tell you. It's like that guy yelling at Tucker Carlson. Everybody got a boner over this guy talking to Tucker Carlson. Like, that didn't do anything.
It doesn't do anything. But
Tucker Carlson's going to go back to his mansion and be just fine.
Right, but it's one of those things where it's something that we've all kind of wanted to do. So we kind of vicariously live through the guy that goes up to Tucker Carlson and just says, "Hey, man, you're the worst. You've done a lot of damage to this country."
But he knows that.
Yeah,
it's not that the guy's informing him.
Right, but it's different when you, like, having someone come up to you and tell you that to your face is a lot different than just cashing the checks and being like, "Hey, I know what I'm doing." Like, it's.
But wasn't he with his kids and his wife?
Tucker Carlson?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, I get where people are coming from, man, but I never feel good about that kind of stuff. I just think these people know what they're doing. They're not like, "Oh my God, I had no idea people felt this way." You cash the checks, you go home, and you write the next show full of nonsense. He's not a journalist; it's an opinion show.
But it's not even his opinion.
Yeah,
he tailors his opinion to get people riled up.
Well, yeah, he's got to get ratings.
Yeah,
his job's to get ratings.
Right.
Hey, Nick. Hello.
Hey, Alan.
How are you? Are you my tech correspondent?
Yes, I am.
What's going on?
I'm also Nick from Akron. I'm also Nick.
Were you were you one of my Seattle bureau chiefs for a minute though?
No, I was never in Seattle, but I was the one that got a job interview from your airtime. So thank you again.
Oh, okay, cool.
Real quick though, Amazon's going to be accepting Bitcoin as payment starting spring 2022.
The elderly rapper?
Yeah, you got to send his picture and signed though, legitimately autographed.
I gotcha. All right.
So
then what? So then what does that mean? I mean, it's online currency, so that makes sense. I never understood years ago the Bitcoin ATMs that stores were trying. Paying for stuff online, I get.
Well, the Bitcoin ATMs was just to buy or sell Bitcoin to the kiosk, not to deal with a person. It's supposed to be a little more ease. That was the whole idea behind it. They're popping up again. So you say that, but they're popping up again.
No, I know. I mean, this is whatever you think of cryptocurrency, and I'm con, not pro. This is the way it's going. So people are going to have to figure it out. It's way too early to have any kind of confidence in it, but it's the way currency's going.
Mm-hmm.
It's why electrical grids will continue to be hacked. If it wasn't for cryptocurrency, these hackings wouldn't be going on. So they're going to have to figure that out, too.
If it wasn't crypto, it'd be something else. It'd be stacks and stacks of iTunes gift cards.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Is iTunes still a thing, by the way? iTunes?
Yeah.
Is that still a thing? Is it?
I was just number 2 on there.
Oh, right. Yeah. Bill's talking about iTunes. Yeah, okay. Behind that goddamn Bo Burnham.
Goddamn it,
that son of a bitch.
Those scams work because the people use the iTunes gift cards and the bad actors just buy their own app. And because Apple gets a cut, I think it's 25% of every app sold, Apple doesn't care to stop them from using the iTunes gift cards as like before Bitcoin was a thing, and why iTunes gift cards are still kind of a thing.
You know why? Because of the ghost of Steve Jobs. He's attached himself to people. He's attached himself to Tim Cook.
So when they use an iTunes gift card, they're just laundering money back to themselves through apps that they set up in the iTunes store.
Correct.
Wow, that's a lot of work.
Oh yeah, but
not really.
It's easy, and the payoff is
Yeah, but it's a paid calculator app. Yeah, I guess you can. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not a lot of work. It's a ridiculous amount of steps, it feels like, in a way. But I guess if you're a scammer, you got time. Yeah.
It's automated, and if that's all you're doing all the time, I mean, if you have like a farm putting it together, and okay, well, thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
All right, there's Nick. He's one of our science correspondents. Right. Oh, boy. Exciting. Exciting.
I'll tell you another reason I hate masks. Most child molesters love them.
Right.
I just love the most.
And we only
part.
know that, Bill, because she's right. We've got someone like that in our midst. That
hey, I molest children.
That's why he's always wearing his mask. Whatever. I wonder if Bitcoin, the elderly rapper, is dead. Because we've been playing him for many years, and he was like pushing 80. I need to look into that if he's still around.
You know, I've been with a lot of bitches.
Yeah, I know.
Out of all of them, I can make a solid argument
Yep.
that you're the best.
Yep.
You give one hell of a job. So many chicks been on my but not a single one done stick the way that you do. The way that you do. Most feel right for only one night, but your is just so damn tight. That's why you're the best bitch. That's why you're the best bitch.
He's 85 now.
You're the best way to spend my bread. Really good at giving. Take you back to meet my parents if they weren't already dead. I show you life's finest places and amenities. That's what you get with a G in his 70s. I know you like a man who knows exactly what to do. You know it's true. I've been doing girls since 42. Back when the Nazis were invading Britain, I was making bitches purr like a motherfucking kitten. Back when Armstrong landed on the moon, I was getting on the daily, everyday crushing poon. When they took down the wall in 89, I was in my prime, making panties fall all the time. After civil rights movement, everyone was free. Then I gave every girl the right to my D.
The right. Oh, boy.
Women's suffrage.
See, I'm a bigger fan of Pete and Baz. You know Pete and Baz?
Yeah.
Those
British
old British guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, the grime rappers. I love those guys.
What's a grime rapper?
It's like the only kind of rap I like, actually. Stormzy, you know Stormzy? It's mostly British, like grime and drill rap. It's like real staccato, and you'd have to listen to it to kind of get the vibe. There's probably people over here that do it, but I like the vibe of that art form. It's the poetry of the streets, Bill. Alan, I haven't had a sty in 20 years. And then I listened to Poundcake talking about it yesterday on the show, and boom! I got one. I hope he doesn't have any STDs because apparently I caught his sty through the airwaves.
I don't have any STDs.
And they're not contagious.
What? That's one less thing you got to consider.
And mine went
Is
away.
that true that styes aren't contagious?
It's gone already?
It went down completely. So I don't know if it's probably not completely gone, but you can't
Flip
see
it inside out.
Does it still look like rice?
I don't know. It went down.
Pop it.
Well, no, if it's small enough, I mean, you want to leave it alone, right? Your hot compresses have been working?
Yeah. I mean, I could tell the difference. Like yesterday, I was like, okay, this does not hurt like it did before. It's not as sore. And then this morning, I was like, oh, wow, I can blink my eye and I'm not,
Mm-hmm. Did you notice, like, as you woke up?
Yeah, because it was red. Like, I could see, I was like, oh, I have something there. This morning, I was like, oh, it's pretty much just faded. So it's still there. Like when I flip it inside out, I can see it, but it's definitely gone down in size. It's not swelling anymore. So maybe something got in there.
His sty is looking better.
Oh.
Oh, anyway, I've got to take a break. I will have another $1,000 for you. Around 4:30, that'll be the next shot for you to go fund yourself with one of those keywords. There are 3 more on this show. And tickets for Mammoth WVH, Wolfie Van Halen, Eddie's kid. He's got his own thing going. So Mammoth WVH is going to do the House of Blues a week from Saturday. It's not far off. It's August 7th. So if you want to go to that show, I will hook you up out of this break and then be listening to win that money right around 4:30. 35192 on a text for anything, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeart.
let me get you a couple of tickets here for Mammoth WVH. It's Wolfgang Van Halen. Mammoth, for you Van Halen nerds, know that was their original name, so he's grabbed it for himself to pay homage to his dad. And WVH, of course, his initials. A little something old, a little something new. But he's going to be coming through and doing his thing a week from Saturday, August 7th, be at the House of Blues. If you want a couple of tickets, call 10 216-578-1007 to win them, or 800-348-1007.
When life gives you lemons,
I know just what to do with it.
please don't see if they'll fit up there.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Uh, 35192 if you want to send me a text for anything. If you want to win yourself $1,000, you'll be texting to another number, but I'll have a keyword for you here in about 10 minutes that could get you $1,000. Tomorrow on the show, Gwen's going to be in for Mary. Mary will be in Indianapolis tomorrow and Friday. So Friday will be the Sausage Party show. But Gwen will be sitting in tomorrow. The legendary Robert Klein will join me tomorrow as well. Talking about a new movie he's got.
Get a little bit of a reprieve from the Sausage Party on Friday, though.
Lynn Koplitz is coming in.
Exactly.
Yeah. And Nikki Glazer is going to join us on Friday, too. So Lynn Koplitz, very funny. She's doing the Weekend at Hilarities. Has not been in here in a long time. So excited to catch up with her. She'll be our first in-studio guest in a long, long time. And then, Saturday, free play. Whatever you want to do, right? Up to you. Hey, Nick. Nick!
Yo.
Is it Nick? Hello, Nick.
Yep.
What's up?
What's happening?
How are you?
Nothing. You were talking about drill rap earlier. I just wanted to see if you ever heard of City Morgue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, drill rap started in Chicago. So we had Chief Keef when he was a teenager, and we had who else? We had Lil Durk, and yeah.
But no, you said you like drill rap from like the UK.
Well, grime rap is basically the UK drill rap, yeah.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Check out City Morgue. It's like a mix between heavy metal and rap.
Yeah, I know him.
You might like it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm sorry I wasted your time.
No, that's okay. People might be listening, might want to check them out.
Hey, thanks for apologizing finally.
Finally.
Hey, I appreciate the ads too. I like Uncle Charlie's Sausage, and Jackie Robinson is giving out the news now.
Hey, there you go. Jackie Robinson. Right. Okay. Hey, thank you, Nick. All right. Jackie Robin. Oh, the traffic? Isn't her name Jackie Roberts? We have a lot of Roberts around here. We have Sam Roberts doing our weather from Channel 19. We got Jackie Roberts doing our traffic. I think those are the names. A lot of these are.
I mean, I know Sam Roberts because she's been doing it for so long.
Yeah, a lot of them are broadcasting names too. I don't know what their real names are, but a lot of Roberts.
Sam Roberts is cute too,
like Rabbit Redford from yesterday. By the way, we had a letter from a listener whose family had a rabbit stuck under the house, and he was coming to us for punny names. And I heard from our friend Jesse Schultz.
Oh, what's he got?
And he said a little late, but Mariah Carrot might be a good one
that's
too.
A pretty good one.
That is pretty good because they weren't able to determine if that rabbit was a buck or a doe. So if it was a female, Mariah Carrot, right down the middle there. And I got to tell you, even though we're being inundated with the stories, I'm on Poundcake's team. I love this Ben Affleck J-Lo thing.
Mm-hmm.
Why do I care?
Even though it's fake.
What do you mean it's fake?
I think it's a publicity stunt.
Why you got to kill the dream?
Listen,
I know the reality.
Somebody killed it for me.
Let me live the dream.
It's like when I found out the Tom Brady video of him throwing the football at the jug machine where it wasn't real.
At the moon or whatever.
What is that?
Well, there's a viral video of Tom Brady throwing a football at the jug machine. That's what they use to like train wide receivers to catch like fast footballs.
Mm-hmm.
And he was throwing it, get it in there, and then it like pop back to him, and then he throw it again, just like showing off his accuracy. But it's CGI. That's a bummer.
Why do you think it's fake, Poundcake?
because they're reenacting like old photos of them, like when they were on the yacht and like walking out in the streets. I think they're probably playing into the relationship because they know it's going to be public and they're going to follow them anyways.
But that doesn't make it fake if they're just playing into it.
I think it.
Why can't it be that these two people who split apart really through no fault of their own, it just didn't work at the time, they both get married. I think she get married again or no?
She got married after Ben. She married Mark Anthony.
That was after Ben Affleck?
Yeah, Ben Affleck was like 2000 or...
Yeah, no, I thought she married... I thought she already had a kid by the time she was with Ben Affleck.
No, she had no kids. She married like some backup dancer, I think.
Right, yeah. So then Affleck, Jennifer Garner, they have a couple kids. And then 17, 18 years later, these two come back around to each other.
True love.
And realize... Well, it could have been true love with Jennifer Garner. I mean, true love doesn't mean that you are together forever.
Which is great, Dean.
But you just come back around and... you know, there they are again.
So true love doesn't mean together forever. Just writing that down.
Means it comes back.
Well, does it? I mean, I dated a girl for quite some time who said that if you break up, it means you were never really in love. And then when we broke
Well, that's not true.
Well, that's what I said. And I go, so when we broke up and she was like heartbroken, I go, so you never really loved me, huh?
She was like, well, that was meant for you.
Well, right. So that's how you learn. But I just remember because when Ben Affleck got that huge back tattoo. Remember when that was going viral that he got that back tattoo?
You're thinking of Steve-O.
And no, he got a huge front tattoo of his own. Doesn't he have his own face on his back?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ben Affleck got like that phoenix tattoo on his back. Not the city, the bird that rises from the ashes. J-Lo did not like it.
What is your honest opinion of Ben Affleck's Phoenix back tattoo? There's the tattoo.
It's awful.
It's not
I
attractive.
would tell him that. I would tell him, like,
Right.
what are you doing?
Right.
It has too many colors.
Too many colors? Too many colors. I wanted to get the cover of Dawkins' Back for the Attack album cover on my back.
What's stopping you?
It sounds like a lot of work. Sounds like a lot of hours in the chair. Yeah.
Just get in the chair.
My back is very sensitive, Bill.
There are people.
It'll get less sensitive.
What?
Sorry, there were hookups that I've had in the past that I'm like, I would trade true love to have that again on a regular basis.
That means you've never had true love.
No, I never had true love, but like, damn, there's some, I just see them when they're out having a good time and they're living their best life. I'm just like, why can't they just be miserable? Why do they have to enjoy not being with me?
It's not about you.
Can't you be, can't you be happy when other people find happiness?
Like they get engaged and then like,
yeah, so you're supposed to be happy for them.
They get a promotion, they go back to school and get their like masters. I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, you're like, why did you want to be slumming it with me when I was just holding you back from finding the person that you were?
Well, I take credit for all their work. Like when they do something,
why? You can't even take credit for your own work. Why are you taking credit for other people's accomplishments?
When they get their masters and they get a
why
doctorate.
why don't you create some of your own?
Like you don't know I slept with a doctor?
What?
But how are you responsible for their doctorate?
Which doctor doesn't count?
I didn't say I was.
You just said you took credit for their accomplishments.
I just feel like I get more points. Like, oh, wow. Like,
but you don't.
You went to Yale?
But you don't.
I know, but
you get no points.
A Yale graduate saw something in me, and I was just like, hey,
yes,
I must have
a
something.
naked person that would let them put it in somewhere. That's what they saw in you. They could have gone with any person. They went with you for... Are you married to them?
No.
Right, so they moved on to someone else.
Actually,
and you can't take any... Why don't you generate some of your own accomplishments for which you can take credit? Look what I did. Not, hey, my boyfriend went to Yale. And?
No, just a hookup.
Not even his boyfriend.
One night stand. Was it Yale Drama School, Yale Law? What was it? Just Yale? Just garden variety Yale?
It was like, I believe it was law school.
Yale Law.
It's no joke.
And I was like, wow, this person is really smart. What do they see in me?
Right.
That's what they saw in you, and that's because they're smart.
That would be the appropriate question. Did you ever get an answer?
No. They blocked me on everything.
Boy, they are smart.
Yeah.
So I had to create like a fake account to go search their name to see what they were doing and what they didn't want me to see.
But why do you care?
because I was.
What is this obsession people have with caring what somebody's doing after you're not with them anymore?
What are you hiding from me?
Who cares? So, did you find anything?
I found out that I slept with his ex.
Right, but you said, what are you hiding from me? Did you find anything down that road?
I messaged that person, but I think it went to a spam because it wasn't. I didn't have a profile picture.
What I'm saying is, you said, let's see what you're hiding from me, and you found something?
Well, yeah.
And then what?
I messaged him, and he didn't message back. So I just...
But what was the end goal?
I don't know.
Catch him.
It's so much effort for no payoff.
Do you have a fake account to troll people, or not troll, but like creep on people like Poundcake does?
No.
I don't think so. That's some petty
I thought everybody
stuff.
has a burner account. I thought that was casual.
Burner account?
I have no burner account.
No. Why?
I have a burner account for my OnlyFans account because I didn't want it attached to my @Bill Squire account.
Right.
But I don't use it for anything other than just having the OnlyFans exist.
Oh, yeah, me too.
It just seems like it seems like a not effective way to manage your time.
Oh,
to go down some rabbit hole for what? You go, oh, look at this.
This was in the past.
Yup. Meanwhile, they're living their life, doing their thing. They don't know what you're doing. They don't care.
Okay, well, I was just letting you know how I felt.
I've definitely
This is in
creeped
the
on
past.
exes before, but I've never made a burner account from it.
I was just like the gaw. You're gonna block me for what?
Because you don't need to be in their life anymore.
I'm not in their life. I just wanted to see it.
That's they don't want you in it.
Well,
That's what blocking is.
They should have made their page private because anybody could just peruse that.
Right, but doesn't it just like drive you crazy then? Aren't you just making things difficult for yourself?
Wow, do I sound crazy?
In what way did it make you feel better?
It killed my curiosity.
When you can look at it and like what I would do is I would look at my ex and see who he was with and then be like, I'm better or I'm hotter or whatever. And you put other people down to make yourself feel better. At least that's what I would do.
Yeah, you can do that without making a burner
down to make
account.
yourself feel better?
Yes. You've never done that with an ex, or you see someone you were with out with somebody else, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm so much hotter than she is.
No!
You've never had that thought.
I
when you
have
see
never
your ex
thought I
out.
was hotter than someone else.
You've never heard anything like, oh my personality is better, or
It's
they
gotta
have
do
dumb
it too.
shoes or something.
My personality.
No, because
You don't know their
I
personality.
assume that they know them in a completely different way than I do. So I don't know who that person.
You have never superficially judged someone that you were left for. So you see someone you dated out with somebody new, a new guy, and you've never looked at that guy and been like, skinny arms, or anything like that. You've never done that.
I'm sure I have.
That's what we're
but
talking about just on the internet.
It doesn't spring to mind because it's like they don't want to be with me anymore, so who cares what the new guy looks like?
It makes you feel better about being tossed aside.
No, because if they're way hotter than me, which invariably they were, that's going to make me feel worse. I do not want to know. Like if one of my exes cheated on me, right? And it came out and whatever, and we knew about. I did not want to know what the guy looked like. I didn't want to know who he was. I had a pretty decent idea who it was, but I
he
didn't
hot?
want to know. Did not want any confirmation. Did not want to know.
See, when you break up with a
I
girl,
was better off for it.
When you break up with a girl, in my experience, they become detectives and they need to know.
We don't become detectives. We've been detectives.
Well, you've been detectives, but it's almost like you become conspiracy theorists where you're trying to connect all these dots and be like, this is where it all began and this is where I
look
knew
at
it was
all their
gonna
tagged
end,
photos
and
and
blah,
I
blah.
click.
Yeah,
Why
and
not
like,
put your effort toward finding the next person?
'Cause
there's
I'm
always,
angry.
but there's always a next person.
Yes, but right now I'm mad at the last person.
Okay.
Cosign.
Wow.
So I'll move on to the next person when I'm done being mad at the last one.
Okay.
yeah,
There was a girl that I knew since middle school. Okay, I have known her forever, and we weren't particularly close friends or anything like that. But I had known her. We were friends on social media. She and a guy that I was with started working together, and I had suspicions. And then all of a sudden, I'm not friends with her on any social media anymore. I'm blocked from all of her social media. I'm like, I've known you for 15 years, so this is pretty weird. So that's when you talk about conspiracy theories. If I wasn't proved
no,
right,
that's not a conspiracy theory. That is a conspiracy fact.
well, that's what I'm saying. It's like things like that where you
No,
only
but
need to be proven right one
If
time.
someone ghosted you, I fully understand
Yeah.
trying to figure out what happened.
Yeah.
But
And also, if that person is hanging around with your, then boyfriend,
Yeah.
that's trying to figure out what the hell's going on.
Yeah, that's all we're doing after we break up, too. Like, what happened here because you were lying?
My sister dated a guy for a while. She's been broken up with him for a while. But one of her best friends, started dating her ex. And now she and her friend are not friends anymore. And I'm like, I mean, I get what you're saying, but you guys weren't together. Like, you didn't want to be. And you're going to be around their friends. And, they were together like 3 or 4 years, I think. You're going to be around their friends. You're going to get to know some people. You're going to have some mutual whatevers. I get bro code, girl code. I understand that. But it's like, if you're not together anymore,
I think it also really...
You're not together anymore.
It really depends on how it ended, too, though. Like, if it was a really bad breakup and then your friend swoops in there after knowing how you got treated or that's
that's
shady.
That's all different.
But if it's like you guys split because you just weren't right together and then your friend starts dating them, it's like, that's going to sting a little bit, but I don't think...
But it also means you weren't...
Mad.
It also means that it turns out you weren't that great of friends.
Yeah.
I mean, it sucks, but, you deal with the evidence you got in front of you. One of my best friends, I'd known her for 20 years, ghosted me. No clue. We used to talk all the time. Don't know where she is. I assume she's still in Chicago, but don't know where she is. Don't know what's going on. Just one day, nothing.
I bet she started dating someone who was insecure about yours and her friendship and made her stop talking to you. Because I've been on the other end of that.
There isn't a person on the planet who could make this woman do something she didn't want to do.
That's what you think until she...
I'm telling you, this woman was like a titan in life and industry. I mean, she was one of the toughest people I knew, man. That's why it's so vexing.
Yeah.
And so, I did a little bit of what happened.
Little creeping, little scrolling, and then clicking through a barbecue you weren't at for 30 pictures.
It wasn't even an online thing. I had some phone numbers still and whatever. And like a year and a half later, maybe even a couple years later, I found an email. And I emailed her and I go, hey, like, I just wanted, you can be completely honest with me. And she wrote me back. And she's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, blah, blah, blah. Things were crazy and something happened. And I was like, okay, just let's figure it out. Nothing. Never heard from her again. And so I was like, man, that sucks. Because I don't have a ton of friends, you know what I mean? I count them on one hand, my best friends. And I was down one.
You can only have one best friend, Alan. It takes away if you have more than one best friend.
You know what I mean.
Hey,
that is
that's
true.
An Alan thing,
that
not
is
a me
true.
thing.
That is true. Hey, I got $1,000 here for you. That should soften any blows that might be happening in your personal life. $1,000. You can go fund yourself. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword money to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's money to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself. From 100.7 WMMS.
Alan, me and my girlfriend broke up 10 years ago and just got back together, and it just clicked. Sometimes you can be with the right person at the wrong time. That's absolutely true.
That's cute.
Yeah.
You mature a little bit. You become different people. You might have gotten in Poundcake's parlance, gotten some extra D's in there,
Well, I told my current boyfriend that because we dated a couple months after I got sober. We started seeing each other in June of 2019, and I had gotten sober in March. And I tell him all the time, I'm like, you got Mare version 2.0. Like, if this would not have lasted as long as it has if we kept seeing each other in 2019, because I had a lot of things that I needed to work through.
My wife got an exponentially better version of me.
Yeah.
That's why I still feel so guilty over, like, my first marriage and my kids were so little, because I was a real... Man, I was just a different person. You know what I mean? And so it's like, man, it's weird. I don't know. But the whole going down this rabbit hole online of looking to see what's happening and I think
that happens when you get hurt. If you are the one who got hurt, I think you're more prone to, if you're the one who broke up with somebody, if I ended Alan, if we're dating and I end our relationship, I'm probably never going to look at your Instagram again. But if it's the person who got hurt, I think that would... At least in my experience. When I've broken up with people, I don't go look at their stuff.
I bet there's plenty of people who do. They're like, well, let's see what they're doing. And,
If you're the one who ended it?
I think so. Unless you ended it because you've immediately got somebody new. I bet there's a lot of people who break up with somebody and then a little while down the road, maybe they're bored, maybe they're zipping around and they go, let's see what they're doing. And if they found out that person had a new person already, I bet even they'd be like, oh, what the hell? I was hoping maybe they'd be upset for a while or, whatever.
That's a Cody thing. I think.
Well, and I hear him in my head too sometimes.
I'm in your head.
What?
I'm in your head?
Well, right now, because I hear you talking, but...
Okay.
By the way, for all the people who tell me Dusty Hill died, we talked about this a couple hours ago. So, Dusty Hill, who was the founding bassist of ZZ Top, died at 72 at home in his sleep. All these people dying in their sleep, which I guess is the best way to do it, because you don't know you died. Joey Jordison died in his sleep. He had a condition though. 46, a young man.
But do you even know if you
Dusty
die?
Hill
if
died?
you die?
I don't think so. Well, maybe.
No. How would you know you died?
Exactly.
In your dream.
In your dreams.
You die in your dreams.
Right. Imagine being in a band for 50 years.
There's so many garage dads who still do that.
What do you mean?
That have been in a band since high school and now they're dads and they get together once a month and still play.
Yeah, we're talking about ZZ Top, though.
I'm just saying, there's plenty of people who've been in a band for 50 years.
Yeah, okay. Listen, if that's what keeps you feeling good and it keeps you, a little bit creatively young, and that's good. But I mean, like a successful band for 50 years.
Like that's your life. Like you had the dream of being in a band, and then you were able to get popular, and then it just kept going.
These guys were in their early 20s, and they've been in this band for 50 years.
That's crazy.
Judas Priest, Rolling Stones, The Who. Technically they've been a band for 50 years. What a life.
So crazy.
You're like, yeah, this is all I ever wanted to do. And fortunately, because people kept listening and paying attention, there's all kinds of bands that obviously people just stopped paying attention to.
What's your favorite ZZ Top song?
You talking to me?
Blues.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
Blue Jean Blues.
I told you I found their bluesy stuff and I've had it on repeat for weeks.
I know. That's funny.
That
and
might
that's
not
old,
even
too.
I was like, that might not even be their song. That might be a cover. Is it?
Well, no, I think those are all covers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jeff Healey did it back in the day.
It's a good one. It's real bluesy, that one is.
Yeah, it's off like one of their first couple albums, too, I think.
I like it.
Yeah. A lot of people have done Blue Jean Blues. But they're great songs. That's why a lot of people do them.
Mm-hmm.
Favorite ZZ Top song?
How.
I like Party on the Patio. I like Tube Snake Boogie. I like Pearl Necklace.
Can we play Tube Snake Boogie? Because I think I just know the name of that one. I don't know if I actually
I got
know
a
the song.
gal who lives cross town. She won't do it, but her sister will when she boogie. Yeah. They always had like these.
I was hoping for them to do it. Not
me? Oh.
This way it won't get flagged on YouTube.
Yeah. No copyright issues. But I loved all of their double entendre songs. Pearl Necklace, Tube Snake Boogie. And you're a kid and I'm going, oh, they just like dancing like snakes.
Oh, look at you wiggle your body.
And then you get older and you're like, oh, a tube snake. Yeah, they don't like dancing like snakes.
Mom, what kind of snake is a tube snake? Is that a water snake?
What's a tube snake?
See little Alan with his hands glued to his sides. Just Tube Snake Boogie.
That's right. I Thank You, Got Me Under Pressure. All those 80s tracks are great. Rough Boy is a great late 80s, early 90s songs. They're all great. Sharp Dressed Man, Party on the Patio, Cheap Sunglasses. Oh, this has got to be top 5. Cheap Sunglasses. Beer Drinkers and Hellraisers. I mean, God bless America. Why they...
When you wake up in the morning,
it's rock and roll, but it's groovy.
It's blues rock.
That's what I like.
Give Me All Your Lovin'.
Give Me All Your Lovin'.
Jesus Just Left Chicago.
Give Me All Your Lovin' is such a great song.
Just Got Paid.
Get yourself some cheap sunglasses. Oh yeah.
Oh man. Is Mastodon doing Just Got Paid? ZZ Top tribute album. I got to take a break. You want to get a text in 35192 and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
Who's this, Poundcake?
Skinner.
I'm sorry?
Skinnerd.
It's not Leonard Skinnerd.
Guns N' Roses.
It's not Guns N' Roses. It's a band from Boston. Does that do anything for you?
No.
You mean you don't know bands that came from Boston?
I know the boy band that came from Boston.
Do you know who Steven Tyler is?
Oh, he's the lead singer of the Aerosmith.
Aerosmith from Boston, Massachusetts. It was 41 years ago today in Cleveland, Ohio. The Toxic Twins split up. That's what they called Steven Tyler and Joe Perry and Aerosmith, because they both had their struggles, to say the least, with drugs. They broke up after performing at the World Series of Rock here in Cleveland, Ohio, which was MMS used to put on these shows at the old Cleveland Stadium, right, where First Energy is now?
Correct.
And they used to do these shows called World Series of Rock, and they started in the early 70s. I think the very last one was 80 or 81. And July 28, 1979, John Skierdick is a bigwig over at the Cleveland Public Library. Reposted one of his photos. He's got a great Instagram account with just photos from Cleveland's history. And 41 years ago today is when they got in a huge fight after performing at the World Series of Rock, and they said, screw it. And Joe Perry left Aerosmith for 4 or 5 years. And then Brad Whitford, who was the other guitarist in Aerosmith, he left a couple more years later, and he was replaced by a guy named Rick Dufay, who is Minka Kelly's dad. Remember Minka Kelly? She's in Friday Night Lights.
She's hot.
She dated Jeter for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Her dad was a scab in Aerosmith.
Man, Friday Night Lights
for a while.
was such a good show.
My wife loves it. I never got into it. She had a real boner for Coach, what's that guy's name? Kyle Chandler, that actor? Yeah, that particular year for the World Series of Rock, a lot of violence outside the stadium. It was July 28, 1979. 5 shootings, including 1 fatality. The lineup was Aerosmith, Foreigner, Kansas, The Cars, The Tubes, David Johansen, who used to front New York Dolls. He would later become Buster Poindexter.
What a lineup.
Right? 5 shootings, 1 fatality, dozens of robberies, fights all around the stadium in the early morning hours before the concert, because obviously you have thousands of people waiting overnight for this concert. And they were going to do another show.
You know what? People are right. We should go back to those times. They were better.
Because they did a few of these a year, MMS and Belkin. And they were going to do one in August of that year. But there had been so much trouble at the World Series of Rock that the city wanted them to stop doing the World Series of Rock. So I think there was only one more after this. Art Modell said after this that there would be no more World Series of Rock concerts held at the stadium.
Art Modell, what a fun guy.
So he screwed people more than one time. But yeah, Aerosmith. Well, because I was reading about this, who would have thunk that a festival in Kentucky called the Redneck Rave would have ended with trouble and 48 people having charges filed against them? It was called, they billed it as America's wildest and craziest country party. This is outside Lexington. They called it a Redneck Rave. There were mass arrests for drug possession, strangulation. One guy had his throat slit by his friend.
Good Lord.
By his friend.
With friends like that.
Yeah. Security guards said they knew it would be trouble after the very first vehicle that came through. They found meth, pot, and an open alcohol container. And then one of the occupants had 2 active warrants. And they thought, well, this isn't going to be good for the weekend since this is the very first vehicle coming through. One man had his throat slit by his friend. They got drunk, got in a fight, and the other one slit the man's throat.
That is...
And then ran away.
Ridiculous.
A 29-year-old guy was charged with strangling a woman after they got into a fight over a blanket. He choked her until she passed out.
Got to bring extra blankets. That's why
the guy denied it to the cops, although he had no explanation for how she got covered in scratches and neck bruises. So anyway, the redneck rave. Some of the worst injuries they said were accidental. One guy attempted to drive over a log, which then broke through his vehicle's floor and impaled him through the stomach.
Damn.
When it tried to come through his back, it was stopped by a steel plate behind his seat. Other people at the show lost fingers, broke bones.
What the hell?
The sheriff and his deputies charged 48 people in all. Local taxpayers on the hook for 44 hours of overtime of law enforcement. Another redneck rave is scheduled for October.
Redneck rave.
I love it. People are the best, aren't they?
No.
Just giant mobs of drunk, unruly people. They just turn into just who knows what. Love it.
That's a party hard, dude.
But that doesn't sound fun.
It's not fun.
Like that's not partying. That's like debauchery. Like that's not fun.
I always
when people get impaled and throat slashed, you're not like, what a great time.
Dude, hardcore
awesome
punk rock,
time.
man.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if you live, you got a hell of a story, but it's like these people who clearly can't handle their high. Like, why are you taking these things if you clearly can't handle them?
Very few people can handle a meth high.
No, but most of them are drunk, right?
Right.
Everybody knows how much they can drink. Everybody knows their tipping point. They really do.
You know it, but you don't care.
Well, that's the difference. But you know it.
Or you blow right past it. Or you don't know it. I always thought I knew how much I could drink, and I was off by 6 or 7 every single time.
But you really weren't.
Yeah.
You knew.
Because I'd be like, I can take 8 shots, and really I was drunk after 2 or 3.
But you
I
kept
was
going.
I kept going because
So
I
you
was
knew.
still upright. So I figured, I'm standing, I am fine.
Until I am parallel with the floor, all bets are off.
There's never a time where you were just like around like that 6 or 7 shot and like, maybe had 10 drinks overall and you're like,
No.
It's always just keep going, keep stepping on the gas.
It never stopped. There was never a time. I say that
When
I
your
was
stomach's
like,
full?
if I had
And you
3,
didn't puke?
No, sometimes I'd make myself puke if I was too full.
But you weren't a puker.
I wasn't a puker.
Right.
No.
See, that's what keeps people going. Because most people would puke.
I would not throw up.
Yeah.
There have been times where I've done that last shot of whiskey when I was already too drunk, and I'm like, there is no keeping this down.
Right.
Where you
it just
have to run.
sits in your mouth and the back of your throat feels like pennies.
Where you're doing that thing where you're like,
Dude, Mary, you're just trying to breathe air into your mouth.
Right, yeah.
That was you. That was you making me drink when we were at the corner alley. I think this was after the comedy show. The night you lost your purse.
Got stolen.
Yes,
yes.
It got stolen, but you were trashed already.
so drunk.
And you're like, you gotta come take a shot with me. And literally, like the drool or the saliva in your mouth, like it was connecting from the bottom to the top. Like you're like, you gotta come take a shot with me.
You had stringy mouth.
And you're like, you don't like Jameson? I was like, I do not like Jameson.
Jamerson?
Jamerson. Drink a Jamerson.
You want Jamerson?
You're like, you're so gay. And I'm like, I know, Mary. And you're like, you're gonna do Jameson. You're gonna love it. And I
Thick enough to be uncomfortable to drink.
And I took that shot, and you're like, don't throw up. Like I'm like, you're foaming at the mouth, and you're telling me not to throw up. I think I did throw up though. I think I threw up that shot.
There are some times when as soon as it goes down, you're like, nope, I need to make a beeline for somewhere else. But I mean,
purse was stolen.
Someone stole my wallet, and you know what my retaliation was? I stole someone's sandwich. They were coming by with food, and they're
Wait,
like,
but you didn't know that they were the same person.
No, that was my drunk logic.
So one person got your purse, another person lost a sandwich.
Two wrongs make a right.
Because the waitress came by and she was like, did anybody here order a club sandwich? And I was like, that was me. It was not me.
Oh, my God.
I ate it. And because in my head, I was like, whoever stole my wallet probably ordered this sandwich.
Drunk logic.
Right.
Because how else would they pay for that sandwich?
How they know about it? What's my card? You don't know if it has it.
Get home?
That night,
carefully.
I don't remember that night.
Because I just remember the only reason why I know your purse was stolen is because you put a huge thing on Facebook.
Oh,
like,
you this.
You're like, you stole my.
You POS.
Yeah, you ruined my life.
You point of sale.
I woke up the next morning with bloody knees.
Yeah.
Clearly, I had fallen down at some point, and then My ex and I got in a fight because I wanted to go to the shows in Kent or Akron the next night, and I wanted to keep partying because I woke up drunk and started drinking the next morning. And he's like, we're not going down there. And I was like, maybe you aren't, but I am. And then I got super drunk. I don't even know if I made it to
You weren't
those
even on
shows.
that show.
No, I was
You were
just hanging out.
Yeah. You were a groupie.
But what I'm saying is, a lot of people will know I am already too drunk for this, and then
they
keep
won't
going.
stop. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I have the off switch. I'm thankful for that.
My body won't let me.
Right, it'll come right back up, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have... My tolerance in college was... I mean, I think that's everyone. But, like, the amount I used to drink in college versus the amount I drink now, I'm like, oh my gosh, look at me. I've had, like, 3 drinks, and I'm buzzing. Like, this is so cool.
I mean, I do like shots, but I like a couple.
Yeah.
I don't need 8 of
like
them, right?
7 or 8.
I like them. Some people hate them. I like them.
I hate shots.
I love shots. I'm good with a couple.
It's efficient.
And then you get a drink to kind of surf through the night, and then you're okay, and, you know.
Yes, I did have a dirty martini on Friday, and that was that got me going. Like
How'd that go?
It was good.
Yeah.
Until I almost pooped my pants. But I don't know if that was the dirty martini.
Probably not. What
Probably
was
some
the
other
food
things.
that was accompanied?
A pizza, but I think it was something from earlier in the day.
Oh.
But also, I'm always almost pooping my pants.
A dirty martini and a pizza?
Yeah, classy.
Yeah.
Classy man.
You are, boy.
I just
Instead
wanted
of olives, it was pepperonis.
Well, there's pepperoni stuffed in the olives.
Hey.
It's Alan's favorite pizza.
You guys had those pepperoni stuffed olives?
You just have the pizza crust in there instead of a straw.
And I don't usually drink a dirty martini, or I don't drink martinis. Mostly I don't like the glass, but like I was like, yeah, I'm going to get one. And it was actually very good.
You can get a martini on the rocks. You know that, right?
Yeah, but I don't.
I always hate getting the martini glass. I'll always, if you go to a place, when Gwen, Gwen knows this too. I'm always like, I just don't like that glass because
you can get it in a rocks glass.
I know, but I never think, because I don't know what glass it comes in, and I don't
want
ask.
the martini glass.
You do want it?
I do.
It's fancy.
Yeah.
I
was at dinner. I was like, yeah, give me the glass.
Yeah.
And they're like, all right, and he was making a joke about it too, the server. He's like, look at that. I didn't spill a drop. And I was like, all right, well, watch me. And then I just take a sip out of it before I ever lift it up.
Yeah.
To make it extra classy.
Yes. Slurping a martini is the best way to do it.
When we went to dinner for my birthday, we were just plowing through this restaurant's like craft cocktail menu, but you don't know what glass they come in. So I go, oh, that sounds good. And then I'd be like, fingers crossed.
Mm-hmm.
And then they'd bring out like, what's the curvy one? Not the martini glass is more like a triangle.
Yeah.
But what's the one that's kind of got some wave to it? Maybe
it
it's
looks
still
like a shallow wine glass almost. I know what you're talking about.
Maybe it's still a martini glass technically, but and it comes out and it's pink.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't care, but I'm just like,
They just bring it out. It's on a flat plate.
Yeah.
Enjoy your drink.
You have to lap
Cool.
it.
Yeah, because it's filled to the
Right.
brim.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. And I mean, I like gin a lot. I just never drink martinis. I never think to
See,
have
I
a
went with a
martini.
vodka martini. Should I try a gin martini
Do
next
you
time?
like gin?
I just prefer gin.
I don't know.
Bro, I was the worst server when
I'll
I was
drink it.
serving martinis when I was a bartender.
All it is liquor and vermouth. So if you don't like gin, I would not suggest getting a gin martini.
But it's also got, when you get it dirty, it's got the olive juice in it too.
Yeah, but not much.
So does that mix with, like, I don't hate gin. I just don't normally get gin.
I love gin.
If you
But
do
I feel
not
like-
like the taste of gin, do not order a gin martini because
Okay.
it's going to taste like gin.
I like shots of gin.
Oh, warm.
Warm shots of gin. Yeah.
That was one of the
I'll
things
still try one.
try it, and then if you like it, keep doing it. But during like bartender training, to like spot someone underage or using a fake ID is if they order quote strange orders like a shot of gin or a shot of rum, where you're just
Yeah.
like, nobody orders a shot of gin.
Shot of rum.
Yeah, they're like, can I please have a shot of your finest gin? We're like, ew. Just
Yeah.
neat.
2 fingers of Bombay, please.
Yeah, right.
Ugh.
Hey, Joe in Philadelphia, what's going on?
Yo, what up, guys?
Hey, how are you?
Bill, welcome to the club, man. I love dirty martinis. It is the best. Do you like them like super filthy, or how dirty do you like them?
Super filthy. You can't. They're opaque, Joe.
I like 'em
That's
like
how
the
dirty.
bottom of a hippie's foot.
drinking straight, like you're drinking seawater, right? That's
Yeah.
what you want?
It's all briny.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I see. Like, I like dirty martinis. I will only get them with like top shelf liquor. So like Grey Goose, Kettle One, and then that way it's like they completely screw it up. It's like at least you're drinking like decent vodka. Because like I don't like mine filthy, so I always ask just do a little dirty.
I don't want it to just like I'm drinking olive juice from the jar. Like I want a touch of that. I want some olives.
Could you bring me a jar of olive juice with a shot of vodka in it, please?
Yeah.
Yummy.
Just dunk a pint glass into the juice.
Yes. Alan,
like,
the only,
I would go,
see, somebody's texting me that the only real martini is gin and that dirty is wrong.
No, go after yourself.
Dirty's never wrong. I mean, in any capacity.
All right, well, I'll try a gin martini next time.
I like picklebacks. I got way into those when we were in Dublin.
yes.
Jameson with a shot of pickle juice.
Mhm.
So good. So good.
We would do that when we'd tailgate. We would pass around the bottle of whiskey, and then we would just have a jar of pickle juice that we would also pass around.
We
and
always
take
have a
sips
big
out
jar
of.
of pickle juice in our fridge at home.
Yep.
Just in case.
I'm excited for the brown
We-
season.
In college, we used to play a game called Cowboy Face, and we would just pass around a bottle of Evan Williams mash, and you would just pull the bottle, take a rip, and then you would just give people your best, like Clint Eastwood Cowboy Face.
You'd squint and scowl at them?
Yeah, and it really, like, you would just play the game, but, like, you would just have to, like, leave when it was your turn, because I couldn't, I'm a small person, so, like, after 3 rounds, like, I'm lit. So,
Joe, have you ever had a hot and dirty? A dirty martini with a shot of Frank's Red Hot?
No, that sounds disgusting.
All right.
No, I mean, like, I tried to get, like, Dirty Bird to be a thing, like, when I would order dirty martinis, because they would be like, what is that? I'm like, oh, it's just Grey Goose. Like, because it was the bird, and then it was dirty.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Joe.
Yeah, be safe,
Thanks,
guys.
pal. There's Joe in Philadelphia. People are telling me that is called a coupe glass. C-O-U-P-E. It is it's technically for champagne.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah. It is the champagne saucer.
A lot
is
of
what it's called.
craft cocktails come in that glass.
Yes, they do.
Yes.
And I end up with all of them.
They're mine.
I go, could you give me this in a rocks glass, please? Yeah, that's right. Just give it to me in a pint glass or something. Maybe a ball jar. How about that? Could you bring it out to me in a ball jar? Because they get, if you order right off the rack for some of these places, craft cocktails, sometimes they get a little too clever.
Uh-huh.
So you get the drink and then you got to unpack it.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, we serve it in a box with ice. I'm like, okay.
Take the lid off and the smoke stays.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, okay.
Right. Okay. Hey, the Indians beat the Cardinals today, by the way. That was 7-2. So it was 1 up, 1 down with the Cardinals because they won yesterday. So the Poundcake Sports Break is ahead of you. We'll get to that around 5:20. We'll have another pair of tickets for you. If you're a Pink Floyd fan, you're going to have to settle for Brit Floyd. But they are the world's greatest Pink Floyd tribute show. So they're going to be at Nautica on September the 5th. So I'll have those tickets for you when we return. And the next chance to grab $1,000 is coming up at 5:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and
Couple of tickets here to see Brit Floyd. They are the world's greatest Pink Floyd tribute show. And I can see Pink Floyd. You can see Brit Floyd, part of the Minutemen concert series. It's going to happen Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica on Sunday night, September the 5th. So maybe call off on the 6th. Who knows? Depends on how much of a good time you want to have, right? LiveNation.com for any further info you need. 2 for Brit Floyd this fall. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Our apologies to second shifters.
All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get to work.
This is no way to start your day.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We'll get to the Poundcake sports break here in a minute. Indians won the afternoon of their 7-2 against the Cardinals. They will start up on Friday. They will have tomorrow off, and then Friday, first of 3, against the Chicago White Sox at Guaranteed Rate Field, 8:10 Friday night. They are on Central Time there, of course, so 8:10. Tribe White Sox on your FM home for Cleveland Indians baseball, 100.7 WMMS. You have through Saturday. Is Saturday the 31st?
Mm-hmm.
You have through Saturday to avail yourself of the promo code at CLE Clothing Company. You can use the promo code STRIPES all through the month of July and get yourself 20% off whatever you want, no matter how often you use it throughout the month each time. Just make sure you're throwing Stripes in there, and they'll take 20% right off the top. A lot of MMS Buzzard merch, something for everybody there. So if you're in one of their stores, just give it to them at checkout. If you do it online, just throw it in for the promo code. It's Stripes, and then I will have another one for you. Hopefully I'll be able to give it to you by the end of the week to get you prepped for August.
I'm going to go on record as saying humidity
for August.
Yes, that's a pretty August word, right? Oh, I bet it's fair.
Fair.
Like county fairs, they come in August.
It could be. I don't have a guess. I can't speculate what August might be. August Wilson? Maybe they've got a lot of Playwright fans over there.
August.
At CLE Clothing Company.
Burns Red?
August Ames, R.I.P.
I doubt they'll go with that.
You don't think so?
Augustus Gloop.
Augustus Gloop. Augustus Caesar. Use Caesar for 20% off. Just like the salad.
Back to school. I'm going to go school.
School's pretty good.
Back to school.
Pretty good. School. You mean like matriculate? You think that'll be the word for August?
Yeah, protractor.
Yeah, I take it back. It's matriculate. Yeah.
Use protractor for 20% off. You mean like on the farm?
I am protractor.
Yeah, I'm pro. You saw what happened to Bob Odenkirk?
I did. I'm very upset. I really hope he's okay.
Yeah, it's still really vague what happened. Yeah. He collapsed. He's shooting the 6th and last season of Better Call Saul, and he collapsed on set, and they rushed him to the hospital. TMZ broke it last night, and then every other story has just repeated what they said. They shoot in Albuquerque. So maybe it was just something as simple as heat stroke. I don't know. But all I could think of was, over the past couple of years, he got himself into really good shape for that Nobody movie.
Which I finally watched.
I still haven't seen it.
It's great.
Good? Yeah,
great.
I heard it's awesome.
Because we were giving away some copies, and I think they might still have some.
Oh, okay.
So you should hit up Amy and see if they have.
Okay.
They're just downloads.
It's already on. Oh, I was going to say it's already on.
I loved it.
So they're shooting Better Call Saul. For people who don't watch it, is the prequel to Breaking Bad. And some people have said that they think it's even better than Breaking Bad. I've never thought about it, but it's a great show.
It's a good show.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
I'm going to is this the last season of it?
It is. Yeah, the one he's shooting is the last season, yeah.
Because I've watched the first 2 seasons, and then, because I always watch it when it comes to Netflix, so I always forget, when it comes out. So I think I might just wait till this one's done and then just do the whole thing all over again.
Yeah,
because I really do like the first 2 seasons that I watched.
We're about a half a season behind on Better Call Saul.
He also makes an appearance on this season of I Think You Should Leave, and it's probably my favorite sketch right now. It's so funny. I think Mary might even laugh at that one.
I watched it. I commented on the video that you shared, and you're like, if you don't think this is funny, blah, blah, blah. And I just said,
I didn't say that. I said, I think some people are not going to think it's funny.
No, you said it was something like this is. You talked. The comment was about how funny you thought it and how like you couldn't fathom how nobody would laugh at it.
I don't know if it's...
You didn't like him eating a hot dog out of his sleeve in the boardroom.
It's not good.
Because you can't have a meeting
The
at lunch.
show is not good. It's not a good show.
You don't like the one where Bob Odenkirk is...
It's overkill. It's funny for like a minute and then it's 6 minutes long.
It's 3 minutes long. And it keeps escalating. And
That's what I'm saying.
But then it gets sad, and it's hilarious when it gets sad.
That's what I think my problem is with it, is because these sketches get sad and uncomfortable every time. And you're like, isn't that hilarious? I'm like, no, this is
so
sad.
funny. Oh, man. Have you seen that one?
You like the front part.
Yes.
Cringe comedy people like the back part.
I don't like that.
I'm not a big fan of cringe comedy.
I don't think...
But I think this show is funny because it's just... I liked him on Detroiters, and he was kind of the same guy, But
I don't even think of it as cringe in this. I think of it as absurd. It's just absurd for this guy in this sketch to just keep, going along with this. Like we're lying to this kid so this guy, dad doesn't have to take her to get ice cream, but he just keeps adding like the cars and his wife but she's sick. She's beautiful, but she's sick. Like,
yeah, it's sad.
It's absolutely an acquired taste.
It's so funny.
Do you like Tim and Eric?
I've never watched that. My older sister
You might not
was...
like that either. I mean, that's really out there. But I mean, I think you should leave. Tim Robinson was a guy who was on SNL for a cup of coffee, and he's got this sketch show called I Think You Should Leave on Netflix, and this is the second season of it. And it's generous to say that it's an acquired taste. But
dumb.
I will agree that the sketches go on too long, and they're usually
like 3 minutes.
But that
feel
tells you
like
something
they're
that they
like
feel a lot
9.
more. And they usually devolve into him screaming or yelling or whatever. But I think at the core, it's a very funny show.
So my comment was, many of you won't find this funny. I find it hilarious.
Right, and I think I just commented, ugh.
But then...
That's all I said.
UGH?
Yeah. My older sister was like, this is so funny, I can't stop laughing. And I'm like,
I just said, he's got a wife. She's beautiful, but she's sick.
But that's what's great, is that there's something for everybody, right? There's something for everyone.
I haven't found... No, you know what I did
Mary
like?
watching that show.
The only one, yes, Bones Are Made of Money is the only one that I like.
Bones are their money.
Yes. For whatever reason, that one was just dumb enough that I was like, this guy, what are you doing?
It's got triples of the Barracuda.
Continuing to quote it is not going to make it funnier.
It's funnier to me.
So anyway, Bob Odenkirk is in the hospital. He's 58. They're not sure. Obviously, all of his friends and pals have been tweeting him well wishes. David Cross, of course, he's one half of Mr. Show. Bryan Cranston, and all these people. So Odenkirk, a special place in my heart. He's from Naperville, Illinois, we have bureau chiefs out there. That's suburban Chicago, and So every story I've read, even up till right now, has been very vague. They just said he got rushed to the hospital and hope he's okay. Poundcake, are you ready for your sports break?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Our weekly installment of the Poundcake Sports Break.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break!
In the headlines today, more Olympic news. I'm so happy my Rainbow Mafia is showing up and showing out. Tom Daley, British Olympic diver, has gotten his first gold after 13 years. The diver, who is married to American film director Dustin Lance Black, couldn't hold back his tears when photographed after the event. I, for one, can't hold back my excitement when I see that ass do a cannonball. Congrats, Mr. Daley. Also, former Cleveland Indian Trevor Bauer showed up to court to fight his assault charges. That's not me saying this. That's the actual headline from TMZ Sports. I know, just messy. And not as messy as that young lady's face after Trevor got done with her. Speaking of that, you guys should look up the pictures she submitted to the court. Yikes. Trevor Bauer is going to have a hard time getting out of this one. His lawyers have already put off the proceedings until August 2nd. I'll keep you posted on the case, but so far it's been a slap in the face to the accuser. And lastly, Arizona Cardinals Arizona Cardinals linebacker Zaven Collins has an arrest video that has surfaced. Collins was caught going 75 miles per hour in a 35 mile per hour time zone, or 35 miles per hour zone. The video shows the linebacker begging and bargaining the officer to not arrest him. Didn't work though. Collins was booked for speeding and reckless driving. It's worth noting that the linebacker was the first round draft pick just this past June. Prison uniform or football uniform, he'd be my first pick too. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break! All right, there you go. Any analysis? Any post-game comments there?
I thought it was good.
I liked it.
There you go.
Rainbow Mafia.
Boop. I got $1,000 here for you. It's a chance to go fund yourself. Last few days to do this, but you have plenty of chances until Friday night. So listen closely. Somebody wins every time. I hope it's you. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword HOPE to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's HOPE to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself. From 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, Woody.
Alan.
Hey, what's going on, man?
How's your day, brother?
So far, so good.
Hey, didn't you get caught by a traffic camera doing like 30 in a 15 mile an hour time zone?
Time zone. Did I?
Yeah, I remember you talking about it. A time zone.
Well,
yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, I thought we had a conversation about traffic cameras back in the day.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I've gotten pinched by cameras a couple times.
But yeah, I was trying to make a pun about Cody's little faux pas during his thing. You know, the time zone thing.
Okay.
Only we are allowed to pick on Poundcake.
Hello, Bill. How
Hello.
you doing, brother?
I'm good.
Mary, how you doing, dear?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm 3 fingers into a bottle of Grey Goose.
Mm-hmm.
Dirty bird.
You should try using your mouth.
Okay, so what's up, Woody?
But, I you guys were talking about ghosts a couple segments ago, and what the difference between fact and belief, and it just drives me bananas how people can believe something that's not provable, and they won't believe in something that's absolutely provable. It just drives.
Well, it's not that it's not provable; it's that it hasn't been proven yet. Is my contention. I'm not saying it's not provable. Nobody knows what's provable. It just hasn't been proven yet.
But I understand what he's saying, where there are things that are proven that people aren't buying into.
Yes, that's right.
Yes,
ignoring things that have been proven is just willful ignorance. That's right.
Yeah, so willful ignorance, yeah. I just wonder about, Jonas Salk with the polio vaccination and all these other scientists. I would love to know their, weird beliefs. Yeah, Madame Curie, did she believe in astrology? Or, whoever invented, Johnny Appleseed, invented gravity, or did he believe in something else?
Did Johnny Appleseed invent... What did he say? Johnny Appleseed invented gravity?
Oh, I mean...
Isaac Newton?
They're both virgin losers.
William Tell.
An apple in there.
He's conflating me with out. You remember when William Tell discovered gravity? Right. Yeah, he didn't invent gravity, but he certainly looked into it. Well, what's funny to think about, too, is that if you go back far enough, the people that we consider geniuses in modern day were, at the time, they were just castigated for their beliefs. Like Galileo, they're like, we got to kill this guy because he says we're going around the sun and not the other way around. But I don't know.
But yeah, so I guess maybe backpedaling myself. When there's actually concrete evidence that ghosts exist, Mary can walk up to us and poke in our chest, say, guess what? I knew it this whole time that ghosts existed, right?
Right. Yeah. Listen, do you believe in... So, Woody, you don't believe in apparitions or anything like that?
The first time, I don't know, it was a couple of days ago we were talking about this. I had one instance in my life. I thought I'd seen UFOs before. I had one instance in my life at my mother's apartment. She moved into her new apartment, and I was in my room, and I swear I wasn't doing any hallucinating any drugs, but I saw an ACC cassette tape flip off on my desk.
Yeah. So, all right. All I know is that there was a ghost in our office before the show, boy, because I just got the strong scent of sulfur, and I was like, oh my God, there's hell is opening up in here, and I don't know what's going on. So I'm that one step closer to believing. Okay, thank you, Woody.
All right, cheers, guys.
There you go. Cheers. There's Woody. You saw that I don't know how old the Akron Space Jam mural is, but it was defaced. The Akron LeBron James Space Jam mural. Right in the front of a business there on West Market Street. It was created by a local artist named Sharday Slater, who posted a video of the vandalism done to her work. Somebody gave LeBron a red clown nose and wrote, L.A. flop. Or maybe La Flop. I assumed it was L.A. flop, and maybe it's
probably La Flop.
La Flop?
But it should be L.E. flop, so maybe it is I don't know. It's weak. He won a championship there.
Yeah, well, again, and this girl, I mean, in her defense, it's her work. First thing I'm going to say is this will not stop me, is what she said. Yeah, I don't think they dislike you. Mm-hmm. I think they dislike LeBron. This is not an anti-Sharday Slater.
It is. Someone was just like, I don't want to see her. They're just like me. I don't want to see her succeed. I don't want to see her thrive and shine.
Chardouche.
She's pretty cute. Perhaps she's a recent muralist because most of her early work is mostly ass shots. Nevertheless, you'll hear no complaint from me.
Those are good too.
So she did this mural for the city of Akron. And it was defaced. Now, when they fix a mural, is that considered refaced? Is it called refaced when they fix it? It's easy to deface something. Is it refaced?
A miracle.
A miracle. It's a miracle. So the Akron Space Jam mural, somebody down there, boy, I don't know if you guys know this. It hasn't been mentioned in too many things that I've seen. But LeBron is just a kid from Akron. And so it's not that you're defacing LeBron James.
That's great. I love that. He should mention that more.
That's all I've ever said. But I think that they haven't defaced LeBron James on Sharday Slater's mural. They've defaced a kid from Akron. And who can be down with that?
No.
I mean,
I can see that.
Akron voters.
This couldn't have been a mural this isn't, you don't finish a mural in an afternoon. It takes a while. And I assume she's a budding artist. I assume she's at the beginning of her career, which I hope will be illustrious, if you pardon the pun. But, boy, she said, whether it was one of my haters or LeBron's haters, I don't wish harm on nobody. Yeah, it said L.A. flop, so it's probably referring to LeBron.
It's a LeBron hater.
It didn't say F you, Sharday. Mm-hmm. They could just egg your house. They want to do that.
Still surprises me that he has so many haters here. Just so much he's done for the community around here. And, I mean...
The higher you climb on the tree, the more your ass is exposed, baby.
Like, if this was in L.A., I'd be like, okay, well, he is an implant, so...
An implant?
Yeah.
Mary's shaking her head. What do you mean by he's an implant?
He was implanted here from somewhere else. He was implanted in L.A.
And that's the word you want to use.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. So if you were living in L.A., then you would say what? He's cool, or you wouldn't care?
I wouldn't care, but there's people there that are
He's got haters everywhere, though.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, especially here in his own town, his hometown.
Clearly,
he put a school there.
Clearly, judging from this graffiti, the offender was French.
Paid bitches bills.
They got the wrong determiner here.
Probably someone they got dunked on in high school.
Yeah.
And he's still holding a grudge.
Yeah. It's clearly a local Akron person, so they're still down there. Maybe it was that dude that just left The Bachelor. Maybe he did it. Not to cast aspersions on anybody, but maybe he did that to draw attention away from him removing himself. He's like, I'm not on the show anymore. Don't want the spotlight. Hand me that Krylon.
La Flop!
La Flop! Wouldn't it be funny if they meant La Flop like LeBron? Maybe that's what they meant, but they spelled it L-A instead of L-E.
I think, did you say that, Bill?
Yeah.
But is that what you meant?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what you meant. Oh, I think.
Well, that's what I was like wondering. I was kind of going through it in my head. Like, I'm like, well, if they meant LeBron, that'd be L-E. But because he went to L.A., it feels like a dig at him and his move to
Okay,
LA.
I see.
At the same time.
Now, then you're
But
probably
it's
right.
also
La Flop.
Still weak.
Yeah. Alan, you guys were talking about earworms, and all I could do was, there's another song I can't get out of my head. Does Bill still have 2 liters of Diet Coke? What was that for?
We were trying to do a burp challenge because
Right.
there's the guy that did the like crazy loud Diet Coke burp.
Right.
And Miles and I tried to do a similar thing, and we could not do it.
We have Diet Pepsi cans.
Bill's got 2 liters of Diet Coke. Please don't try any of this at home. It's just too goddamn much Diet Coke. Bill's got 2 liters of Diet Coke. Whoa.
Yeah.
Right, the Diet Coke challenge was part
I
of
think the challenge was to drink like a full 2 liter, or maybe you drank 2 of them without burping.
You'll throw up.
Well, this guy did it, and it's like the craziest burp you've ever heard. Yeah.
Here, this was the remix of his burp. You want to hear like the actual burp, though, right?
I feel like that would hurt.
Matt Stoney. Matt Stoney burp.
Like keeping that in, that would not feel good.
Okay, I've got to take a break here. If you want to get a text to us, 35192. You want to watch, you can, AlanCoxShow.com, and you can listen everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
You ever get into these guys? Band of Horses? Nope. From Seattle?
No.
I like them a lot. I
don't mind it.
Hadn't heard from them in a long, long time. They're doing Lollapalooza in Chicago. Lollapalooza this year starts tomorrow. It is mostly small font bands. They basically have Foo Fighters and Post Malone and Miley Cyrus. Journey is playing. Megan Thee Stallion. Then it's about 400 bands you never heard of. But I can't imagine anything I'd want to do less right now than be at an outdoor music festival in July in Chicago. With the Delta variant, you know, where there are hot spots, and Chicago, I think, has been marked as one of them potentially. But they're going to live stream Lollapalooza on Hulu. So if you get Hulu, they're going to live stream all 4 days of Lollapalooza. So you can crank the AC and you can see everybody performing. We haven't been to Lollapalooza in probably 10 years. We went the year Soundgarden reunited and headlined Lollapalooza. And thank God we did, because it wasn't much longer that Chris Cornell was alive. But yeah, Jimmy Eat World, and I think Foo Fighters are doing every possible festival they can do. You know, but if you're one of the bands, you can get ushered in and out, and you don't have to be around people. But if you're going to be at an outdoor festival, you can be around a lot of people, boy. You have to have vaccine cards, by the way, for the real in-person Lollapalooza. Or at least you have to show them a negative COVID test. So if you have Hulu, and I think we all do, and you care about Lollapalooza, I wouldn't mind watching it. They're going to live stream the whole thing.
Tune in for a
Foo Fighters?
Well, I'll probably be on. I don't know if I'll be around when that's on, because that's probably like prime time. It'll be at Hilarities. So I don't know.
I wonder how Journey feels about opening for Post Malone.
Probably thrilled about it.
Kind of weird, right?
Hey, Alan.
Yes, sir.
There is somebody in the lobby that has a gift for Mary. Can I pop down and just grab it real quick?
How'd they get up to the lobby?
No, downstairs.
Downstairs lobby.
Well, okay. She's gone tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Modest Mouse, Band of Horses, these guys, who I didn't know these guys were still together. Post Malone, Jimmy Eat World.
Hello, Jimmy
Who
Eat
never,
World.
they seem so resistant to going by their initials. Anywho, Hulu and Lollapalooza will be joining forces. And so who knows if this will be a new thing that they'll be doing every year. Usually it's later. Usually Lollapalooza is in August. Kind of early this year.
It's in part of August.
Part of August.
Does it go till Sunday?
It does.
There you go.
You're right.
It's got a little August on it.
Oh, my goodness. You're so right. I'm looking at the tiny font bands to see if there's any of them I've ever heard of. Boy Pablo. I've heard of Boy Pablo. Rico Nasty. Okay. JPEG Mafia. Go ahead. That might be it. All Time Low. Remember them?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Love me some
Angels and Airwaves. That's Tom DeLonge. I'm here at Lollapalooza.
Yes.
You son of a bitch.
Right up my alley.
Young the Giant. Okay.
Like them.
Brittany Howard.
Sure.
From Alabama Shakes.
Oh.
Yeah. Steve Aoki. That Trippie Redd from Akron, Ohio, I believe, right? Or Canton? Where's Trippie Redd from?
Clumsy guy.
He was on. He was on last season of Dave. He's from Canton. Trippie Redd. Yeah. Anywho, there's that whole thing, and you can enjoy that. Hello, who's that? Joe. Hello, what's going on?
Hey, Alan, how you doing?
I'm good, man.
Got a question for you, Alan.
Yes, sir.
Since Mary put out an album and Bill put out an album, when will you put out an album?
Somebody asked this before.
Rick.
Are we
Rick
getting
asked
trolled?
that.
Oh, I did albums years ago. They're long time ago. They're part radio bits, part stand up.
Let's put them online.
I'm not doing any
Re-release.
I don't have. You got to do stand up full time to make that stuff work.
Oh, okay. Hey, Bill.
Yo.
This time I'm going to get your album as soon as I can as well.
Appreciate that.
Yep. That's all.
Okay.
Hey,
thank you, Joe. Appreciate the call there.
It's Matt. I was on the road today for work, and I had the pleasure of listening to Bill Squire's new album on Apple Music, so I hope that counts towards his total. But I subscribe to Apple Music.
Does that count towards your total?
Streams. But
what does that mean?
Well, streams are like pennies, less than pennies per play versus when you buy it.
You want people buying and not streaming it?
I mean, I want them to stream it, but it's also like if, it's better if they buy it for me financially.
Anyway, so I hope that if I listen to something, it helps him. Anyways, got me to thinking comedy albums. The very first comedy album I ever bought, 1992, Dennis Leary, No Cure for Cancer. So after I enjoyed Bill's album, I re-listened to Dennis Leary's album, and I think it's still holds up. I don't know if you guys remember that album or not, but No Cure for Cancer is a good follow-up to Bill's nice, clean album. I really enjoyed Bill's work. Thanks. Bye.
No Cure for Cancer is almost 30 years ago, by the way. This is kind of when Dennis Leary was like the...
He was the hot comic.
He was the hot comic at the time.
He was the edgy comic saying things that...
He was on MTV and doing all kinds of stuff.
He was the cool comic.
Yeah. I will say, I like Dennis Leary a lot more as an actor than as a comedian. I think
he does too.
Yeah, we saw him years ago when they did the Rescue Me tour. Remember that?
Yeah.
Because that show was all comics. It was him and Lenny Clark and I forget who else.
Adam
Ferrara. But one of them couldn't make it. I forget who else was. This was at Playhouse Square probably 11 years ago. We hadn't been in town that long. And they substituted Whitney Cummings, who I wasn't that familiar with at the time, but somebody I really wanted to see couldn't make it, and so they slipped in Whitney Cummings. So that was the first time I saw her. First and only time I saw her. Dennis Leary was awful. He was terrible. So I'm like, okay, well, he clearly hasn't worked any of this out. They're just going on the road, and he's going up because people know who he is.
Yeah, it was a promotional tour more for him, but like he wasn't. I mean, I feel like he stopped once he started getting roles as an actor, he didn't keep up with doing stand-up comedy.
Well,
so
clearly,
he
had like a screen. He was like doing a PowerPoint presentation or something. I don't know what the hell he was doing. But, she was a last-minute...
I'm trying to remember who it was that she filled in for.
Maybe Nick DiPaolo? Because Nick was on it. It was Lenny Clark. It was Adam Ferrara. And I don't know. I don't remember who it was.
I can't remember which one was the first comedy album I ever heard was... I think it was Dane Cook, Harmful If Swallowed. And then right around the same time was John Panette, I'm Starving.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad loved that album because it was just an hour
Another
of fat
guy.
jokes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all that it was. Those were the first two that I heard. The first comedy special I ever saw was Brian Regan, I Walked on the Moon. And then it's funny because like I lean towards clean comedy when I'm listening to it, but I don't ever perform it. Like Kathleen Madigan, I discovered she's not clean at all, but I'm saying like
She's
shortly
great.
after that. But yeah.
Some places I play have an orchestra pit. Those words don't belong together. Orchestra pit. The people who work there look tremendous. They come in gowns and tuxedos. Man, you guys look amazing. Oh, you're in the orchestra. Get in the pit. Get in the pit. Get down in the pit. Get in the pit.
His bit on his new album about having OCD is
God, it's perfect.
So good.
It's perfect. His one bit that I still, from I Walked on the Moon, that I still say in my head every time he talks about driving yourself to the hospital. And he's like, that's a nice leisurely drive. And he's like, no, after you. Merge. Everybody merge.
Yeah.
And if I'm on the highway and there's a lot of traffic, it plays in my head every time. I just go, merge. Everybody merge.
As conservative as my parents are, they love Laughing Boy. And when I was a kid, I benefited the most from my parents not caring that I was listening to. They were giving me George Carlin records and Robert Klein records and things like that. So when I was a kid, I was probably 10 or 11, and I had AM and FM on 8-track, which is an old Carlin album. And so I grew up listening to those because my parents liked George Carlin, and which who knows why?
Right.
Because he was like so far left.
I don't understand your upbringing. Like, I don't know any. I just don't.
It shows you it doesn't make sense. Yeah. It shows you the complexity of human beings.
That's what I'm saying. How do you have conservative hippies? That doesn't make sense. The very definition of a hippie.
They weren't hippies. My dad was military. I was born on an army base, so my dad was military. He was a self-made man. His dad died when he was 15. His whole family moved, and he stayed behind, put himself through college, and the whole bit. Met my mom selling encyclopedias door to door for a summer job in a town he'd never been in before.
Did she buy any?
Huh?
She bought Volume D.
Yeah! Volume D. So my dad, that was my dad. He's my dad's like funny but super dry, but he's a no-nonsense guy. My mom, I think, she went to college for a bit, but then left and married my dad. And so it was just more of a traditional situation. So my mom was only a hippie in like the health end of things. I mean, her
organic.
Yeah, her thoughts on things are conservative, to say the least. But that part of our lives, diet and exercise, things like that, she was very, very focused on. And I don't think that that's necessarily a political thing.
No, I don't think so either.
I know that I realize that everybody turns everything political now, but I mean, that was never like a political thing. It was just, this is the best way to keep you healthy. And, I never missed school. It's super nerdy, but I had perfect attendance. K through 12, I never missed a day of school. And frankly, I didn't want to miss school because I liked school.
I hate it.
So I get it. But
I hate makeup.
I liked school, so it wasn't like
if you just don't do it, it doesn't matter.
Well, I wasn't.
They really
not
have no
gonna do
power
it.
over you. That's
But
what I
they
learned.
did.
But they didn't.
Anti-establishment warrior.
Your mom
I am
got your
absolutely.
diploma for you.
I learned to be that way, but that was more my distaste of authority comes from the Catholic thing and the getting spanked all the time thing, and so
mine was all bundled together.
Sure.
First album I ever listened to, and I was like probably 10 years old when I listened to this one. It was a Games Rednecks Play by Jeff Foxworthy, and that's people joke about those guys. Like, I think Jeff Foxworthy is one of the best comics that's ever done it.
He's great.
He's
Jeff
incredible.
Foxworthy is awesome.
Yep.
And that album is like the jokes are so tight and so funny, and like listening to that in the car like again and again, because that was one that came with like my brother got Columbia House. And that was one of the albums that came. And so I would just listen to that thing on a loop for years. I always thought that was like a incredible album. And then it led to like Steve Martin, listening to those albums. And
was
just
Jeff
a lot.
Foxworthy Here's Your Sign, or was that one of the
Bill
other?
Bill Engvall.
I had that one on like Kazaa or something like that, but I would play that Here's Your Sign bit over and over.
He's still doing.
It was so funny.
When we were in Michigan, I would see billboards for him doing a casino. Whatever was nearby was Bill Engvall.
Jeff Foxworthy was You Might Be a Redneck.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I mean, that was viral in a time when things weren't viral yet. Like
That was
people
word of mouth viral.
That was like my mom had like an email address in like 94, and someone emailed her the list, and she like printed them off and would like hand them out to people. Like, these are so funny. You have to read these.
Imagine
little experiences we've all had. You ever been sitting in a railroad train in a station, and there's another train sitting right next to you, and one of them starts to move, and you can't tell which one it is? Did you ever try to pick up a suitcase you thought was full, but it wasn't? And you go, and for just a split second, you feel really strong. How about when you're looking through a chain link fence? Did you ever notice if you're just the right distance from a chain link fence, sometimes it seems to go, what is that? How do they do that? Did you ever try to tell somebody they have a little bit of dirt on their face? You can never get them to rub the right spot, can you? Say, you got a little bit of dirt right here. They always go, where, here?
Oh, it's so stupid.
And you just want to slap the bastard.
Oh, boy. That's before he got real angry.
Yeah, at the National Comedy Center this weekend, Kelly Carlin, his daughter, is doing like guided tours.
Yeah.
Which is really cool. If I wasn't working at Hilarities this weekend, I would have gone up there and signed up for one of those because that would be amazing.
I haven't made it up there yet.
Dude, you got to go.
Yeah,
it's so
I know.
good. We should go as a group.
Yeah.
It's so fun.
Yeah, make Poundcake Drive.
Mm-hmm. I will. I certainly will.
How long did it take you guys to get there? Well, he only took the back roads, so it took 8.5 hours to get up.
It's usually 2.
Up to
Yeah,
Jamestown.
just straight up 90.
Hey, Mitch.
Hello.
What's going on?
Hey, everybody. How you doing? Hey, I had a question for Bill. Curious, is the Make 'em Laugh Mondays, or not Make 'em Laugh, the Jokes on You thing, is that like an every week thing? Or
It's the last Sunday of every month.
Last Sunday?
Oh, I thought it was every Sunday.
No, it's the last Sunday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, one Sunday a month, yes.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I had been there twice with you. Me and my girlfriend are expecting, and like she's having her baby this weekend, basically, and I was just curious, time-wise. So,
Yeah.
cool.
Were you
You'll be able to make
expecting
the
a
next
baby?
one.
She's having her baby.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Bring the baby. We'll clown on that baby.
There you go.
Hey, baby.
Alrighty, well, that's it.
All right, thank you. There's Mitch. Okay, congratulations, Mitch. Oh, he's going to have another bundle of joy. The miracle is spreading like wildfire. Oh, it's a miracle.
My sister, I mentioned her getting a puppy. How I don't have baby fever, but I have puppy fever because 2 of my siblings just got puppies within the last couple weeks.
They're so cute.
She sent us a video of him attacking the bubbles out of a bubble machine, and I'm like, this is the cutest thing I think I've ever seen.
This is why I'm mad at you right now, because when you get things like that and you don't send it to me, I feel like you don't understand who I am as a person.
I'll send
All
it.
right?
But she sent it this morning, and I was like, oh my God. Like, it's just one of those, you're like, it's just so pure and so cute. And it's just this tiny little chocolate lab with blue eyes going ham on some bubbles.
But he's got the big
Adorable.
puppy paws because he's going to end up being big, but he's,
so cute.
Love him.
So what was your gift?
I don't know. I've been in here. Do you want me to go get it?
Well, I thought maybe he brought it in to you.
He did not.
No, I didn't. You want me to?
Might
I
as
can
well.
grab it.
We got 3 minutes.
I got 3 minutes.
we got time. We'll figure it out.
Alan, the very first comedy album I ever bought was Mary Santora. The second one was Bam Bam. Look at that. Better late than never.
Thank you. Oh, ooh, oddly wrapped blue, and it feels uncomfortable.
I hope it's not full of anthrax
It
or
might be.
ricin or anything. Sarin gas.
Cute little ribbon. It's a teapot!
We've been waiting for this for a long time.
Looks like a nice one, too.
It is dinged. I'm assuming someone...
Oh, it's a used teapot?
Yeah.
Oh.
They saw me at Bill Squire's recording weekend at Pickwick and Frolic, and I told you I had a gift for you. On an episode of the show, you talked about how you would never buy a teapot because they are basically too fancy for you, and you would just throw a mug in a microwave. Well, Alan tried to warn you that you can boil water in a cup, and then you put the spoon to stir anything, and it'll blow up in your face. So I got you this teapot to save your face.
Wow, this is somebody who really wants to make sure that you're...
Yeah,
okay.
She said, I went out of my way to get a fancy metal teapot instead of a ceramic one so that I could customize it with a nice dent to make it hillbilly bougie for you.
Wow, somebody's
So
really
it was
checking the boxes. It was
The
brand new,
dent
and
is
they
on purpose.
The dent is on purpose.
Sharon in Youngstown.
That's
Thank
amazing.
You,
Wait,
Sharon.
it looks like they took a ball peen hammer to
Yeah,
it.
that's a
Oh,
heck of a
wow.
dent.
What does this part do?
That's
where
for
you
you
put the
put your
tea.
loose tea in it.
Oh, you put loose tea in this?
If you
You
want
can,
to, you can
yeah.
just put water in if you want
Where
to.
do I
and
get
use it
loose tea?
at a loose tea shop?
They have those.
Well, Starbucks,
Yeah.
I think, probably sells loose tea.
Yeah, there's places that.
So I put the... How do I do this?
That's if you want the tea to steep in the water. I mean, you
Right.
could just as easily put a bag in there, too. But
So I put the tea in this part.
Yes.
What is this called? A filter?
usually
Strainer?
it's
Yeah,
a
whatever.
strainer. Usually it's a tea ball. It's like a little ball. It's usually not that big, but
And then I put
that's super fancy.
the water in it, and then I put this on the stove.
I think so, yes.
Man, I'm going out of town this weekend, so maybe I'll make some tea tonight before I go to
Make
bed.
some sleepy time.
Yeah, some sleepy time
time
tea.
tea.
Oh, thank you so much, Sharon. This is so nice. Oh my goodness.
You're going to become a full-on
What does
tea
this do?
person.
Why does it have a chain?
Oh, that might screw onto the strainer, maybe? Usually it's like a tea ball that has got a thing on it.
Maybe.
Maybe the lid goes into the... I don't know.
This is the cutest thing. Thank you so much.
Or, you know what?
I love that
Maybe
you put a dent in it.
I know, so
That's
that way
really
it's
hilarious.
really bougie. I
Maybe
love
without
it.
the strainer, that lid clips a tea bag onto it, maybe.
Oh, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Little
goodness.
clippy. Oh my! Look at how pretentious I am. with my
You are
tea.
now... You've just leapfrogged me as the... I just have a stupid blue teapot.
You dumb
The
blue teapot.
fanciest teapot there is now.
This thing is gonna get so hot, though.
It's going to be...
Yeah.
You're going to be so fancy, you're going to start calling it a teapot.
A teapot.
A T-po.
I'm a little teapot.
The home T-po.
Oh, thank you,
Well,
Sharon.
congratulations
That's very sweet.
on joining the adult world.
Hey.
Okay, I've got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in, send me a text, 35192. Next chance to grab $1,000 is coming up at 6:30 as well.
This is
got to go. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. Do it all over again tomorrow. What do you got coming up, Bill?
Buy my new album, Bam Bam. Go to BillSquire.com to get the links to buy it or stream it on whatever streaming service you have. Also, check out my podcast, The Bill Squire Show, on iHeartRadio or wherever you get your podcasts. And I'll be at Hilarities this weekend, starting Thursday with Brent Terhune, and then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with Lynn Koplitz.
Mary's off to Guardianapolis.
I see what you did there. I'm going to be at the Indianapolis Helium tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. So if you know anybody in that area or you're in that area, come out to the Helium Comedy Club. And then I just posted my August schedule on my Instagram and Twitter. So you can check that out at Mary Santora Comedy on Instagram and Mary_Santora on Twitter.
One of Indianapolis's legit nicknames is Nap City, which you'll understand why once you get there. So go see Mary to keep yourself from falling asleep.
No snooze fest at the Helium.
Sorry, Nap Town, not
Okay.
Nap City. I want to make our Indianapolis bureau chiefs angry. Poundcake?
I'm at Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram, a new Poundcake podcast tomorrow. I'm editing it as we speak.
Tomorrow. Okay, cool. Gwen in for Mary tomorrow, and the legendary Robert Klein will join me. Very excited to talk to him. And then, whatever else. And if you missed anything today or just want to relive the magic, show's available on the iHeartRadio app, as is The Week in Cox. That happens every Sunday morning live on MMS, but it's available in podcast too. If you want to watch the show, live stream, we archive those at our YouTube channel, which is The Alan Cox Show. And anybody who just wants to leave us a message can do it on the After Hours line. That is 216-986-8903. Next chance for you to grab $1,000 is on the way around 6:30, so